All right, he says.
And
We are live with episode number 2 of the Crystal Crusaders. I am your DM, Brad, and joining me today are all of the same lovely players that joined me last week. Still missing Tom. I guess he picked up an extra shift at work, so he's not here this week once again. However, the show must go on, as they say, and
He'll show up for the finale.
he'll show up for the very last episode. um, yeah, so I have everybody here with me today, and we are going to go ahead and every week, I have basically shunted the responsibility of performing any sort of recap off onto my players in exchange for inspiration. So, starting this week, we are going to be doing the recaps before every session, and giving our recap today is none other than Thor, also known as Alquil Redmoon. So, Thor, I'm going to stop these random town noises
Oh
and
no.
give you the floor to tell us what happened last time on the Crystal Crusaders.
Previously on Stone King's Thunder. I almost actually said Stone Thunder's King, sorry.
Ah. Ruined.
um,
Ruined.
the Crystal Crusaders, or whatever's left of them anyway, have once again assembled in Kelvin's Comfort Tavern in Bryn Shander. It has been 9 years since they last saw each other. For some, namely Alquill, it hasn't been long enough.
Hi, Alquill.
Oh shit! You're all back, and wouldn't you know it? Just perhaps mere days, perhaps even just mere a single day after they all returned, trouble has once again come to the north, as they were very rudely awoken by the town of Bryn Shander being bombarded by huge boulders falling from the sky. As the Crystal Crusaders were woken up by this, they made it out of Kelvin's Comfort and saw the entire town being attacked in this manner. Wasting no time, they started making their way down towards the southeastern gate, where I heard that the local Sheriff Markham, was mobilizing to face whatever threat was coming. On the way, they ended up facing and overcoming several challenges, such as a wounded frost giant wreaking havoc into the town. How that frost giant arrived into town, who knows? My bet is that one of the larger giants punted him over there.
Punted him.
Yes, that is also why he was wounded. We quickly slew the giant, and with the aid of Beldora, and her Harper allies, we continued on our way, navigating through the rubble and the chaos of the streets, leaving behind crying children as there were bigger threats to be dealt with. We also ended up facing off against a bunch of winter wolves that was attacking the citizenry, aiding the Order of the Gauntlet, currently led by Sir Barrick Nylef and the priest Cyric of Susrek. We also got to join our forces. However, all these distractions made it so that we barely made it to the southeastern gate before the frost giants there were about to break through and into the town proper, which is why I say that I figured all the frost giant was probably punted there, because we haven't seen any other evidence of them making it in. So at the gate, we heard the frost giants were banging on the gates, yelling about some guy called Arthur Simber, something like that, who we don't know who he is. And we arrived just in time as Sheriff Markham opened fire on the frost giants. And so a battle ensued, which drained us of all the resources we had. Not a single spell slot remained after that battle. And after a grueling fight, we barely managed to survive. Us and hopefully everyone else as well. Though we were just ending off as we were standing over the unconscious body of the mayor of Bryn Shander, Duvessa Shane, who was also potentially mortally wounded in the battle.
Yes, yes, indeed. You can go ahead and mark your point of inspiration. And
Yeah, it's too bad I already have one. Can I stack
well,
them?
no. Should have thought about that before. Yeah, so we join our players where we last left off. They are atop the walls of that surround Bryn Shander. Um, there is a group of, at this point in time, you can see militia reinforcements coming towards the front gate.
Just in time.
They are a ways off, but you can see them like running down the wall. Um, there are atop the wall, um, much of which has been damaged almost beyond repair, or at least damaged in such a way that it's going to take a long time to repair. Um, there are the bodies of many of the brave militiamen who were felled when a giant basically decided to just sweep his axe across the top of the battlements. Um, and we see our four characters here, as well as their companions, all kind of like gathered around in a circle. Um, as we kind of join back in, we can see uh, Sheriff Markham sort of on his knees on the ground, cradling Duvessa's head in his left hand, and we kind of see like we're on the side and we see like a single like tear like drop and like hit the stone battlements on the ground below. Looking at Duvessa, there is a uh, trail of blood from her mouth, kind of down her cheek and her chin. She Her eyes are closed, and there is basically like this huge kind of like wound in her side, that looks like it had like heavily bled, and there is basically like this bloody fragment of debris kind of like lying on the ground nearby. Um, it is quite clear to all present that whatever spark of life she once held has been extinguished. Um, and You can see like everybody's just kind of silent. Um, and Sheriff Markham is there, and he seems to be like taking it kind of rough. Like you've never seen. He's always been stoic, like straight faced. He looks like he's on the verge of like a breakdown. Ogrek is kind of like standing behind him. You could see this like worried expression on her face, like she wants to say something to help him, but has no idea what to say. Um, and The rest of your companions are just kind of like silently looking on. And as we sort of like turn back in, um, we kind of hear Sheriff Markham. He's going, "I knew I should have told you not to get anywhere near the front lines. It's too dangerous." I said, "But you wouldn't listen, stubborn woman." And He just sort of like, what are all of you kind of like doing in this situation? Let me see.
I say standing
It's
there
been
very
like it's been like a couple of minutes after the battle has ended. Down below you can see like the couple of corpses of giants that are inside the town are like collapsed down on top of some of the debris in the cobble streets. They're like sort of like purplish blood, kind of filling the gaps in between the cobbles. Um, and the giant outside, similarly, just sort of like in a pool of blood, lying on the thawing ground outside. Um,
Well, last time, immediately after battle, assuming nothing else was going to happen, I had planned to just like immediately try to use all of my lay on hands on the Vesta chain. So if it's been a couple of minutes, I assume I've already tried that, and that didn't work.
yes, that's what you were going to try. Indeed, like when you ran over to her, you could see like blood was still kind of like pouring out of her side. But like even just like looking at her, like you could tell like it wasn't going to do anything, but you had to try. God damn it.
Yeah.
And yeah, so your lay on hands is incapable of restoring any hit points to her, as by the time you get to her, she is already basically dead from the blood loss of like basically this massive chunk of debris um, gouging a hole in her side.
Ooh. Yeah. Alquill is probably like he's taken aback by this, similar to Sheriff Markham. A little bit in shock over the fact that one of his close friends is dead and beyond the salvation of even the divine powers.
Fire brandy.
Yeah, the spirit of the fire brandy. And I guess like he would just, after like trying to like lay on hands and realize that's not working, sort of slowly stand back up, looking down, very like obviously distraught at this whole situation, as Sheriff Markham also is standing there. He'll sort of like put his hand on Sheriff Markham's shoulder, slightly to just like comfort the sheriff, but also just in a way just to keep himself steady at the same time, and just stand there a bit silently. Very awkward. Probably sure. Also in shock.
I'm sure.
Yes.
I, as Lucas Wormwood, would like to try to find my cloth I used to cover my eye that fell off sometime during that epic fight where I was just getting horribly smashed by an axe.
Yes, but
I'm sure it's somewhere.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and make an investigation check? Let's see how long it takes you to find it.
And in the meantime, I'm just trying to cover my one eye. Like, oh.
I think people have more important things on their mind, but yes.
It's still. What the fuck is that?
Stuff with the eye, man.
All right, 12. So we'll say it's going to like you like run over the wall, like kind of like looking around, seeing where it fell off, trying to remember like which way the wind was blowing when it happened. And eventually, several minutes pass, and you like see this like strip of cloth basically like caught on the edge of a like ragged pile of debris somewhere like a little bit into the town, but still like near the gates. And you recognize this nondescript black piece of cloth as your nondescript black piece of cloth.
Oh, thank God.
Or is it? Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah, it is now.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care where it's been.
All right.
Nope.
So, yeah, at this point in time, a number of the like a small number of militia from like elsewhere on the walls have kind of arrived, and somebody sort of like stands like at attention behind Sheriff Markham, and he says, Sheriff Markham, sir, I bring news from the northern gates. The the giants that were hurling boulders seem to have quit the field, have retreated for now. He said, we dealt with a few of them, but some of them got away. You see, there's like a moment of silence before like Sheriff Markham kind of like wipes off his face And Elko, you can kind of like see him like kind of like try to like toughen up, basically.
Yeah.
Although his kind of like swollen red eyes give it away a little bit. And he sort of stands up and he like nods and he says, "Give the orders for the scouts to follow after them. See where they're going." And he says, "These bastards are gonna pay for what they did to my town." I said, "I'm not gonna let a single one of those motherfuckers live." And he turns to a lot of you and he says, "I have to thank you deeply, from the bottom of my heart, for what you've done. I fear that if you had not been here, things would have turned out much, much worse. For that, you have my gratitude." Says,
Always happy to help, Sheriff. Alco would say. And I says, like as you know, the 10 towns is my home as well. Says, and I sort of like look down towards like the giants, and then over to the sheriff, and I was like, before they started attacking, they were, or well, not before. Before they broke through the gate, they were yelling something about an Artus Simber. Say.
he's like, "Is that what they were shouting? Couldn't understand a damn word they were saying."
Alquill nods and says, they were asking, they were demanding that we bring out a Artus Simber. Apparently, they believe that he is here in Brinshander, or she, or it sounds like a he, but like a male name. I've never heard it myself.
Sort of like scratches his chin a bit and turns to Ogrek and says, "Ogrek, you know everybody in this goddamn town. You ever heard of an artist Simber?" She just sort of like shakes her head. "No, sir. It is unfamiliar to me. And I think I would know if there was someone of that name." So we could consult the census, maybe. And Sheriff Morgan just sort of like shakes his head and says, "No, I think they were chasing after some ghost or something. There's nobody of that name in this town." Sort of like thinks for a moment. He says, "Why would they think he was here? What do they want from him?"
I don't know. I say. They were the only thing I was able to make out before, as I was arriving, was them yelling, "Where is Arthur Simba? Bring him out!" And then you opened fire on them, and then they broke through the gate, and they didn't really say much more after that.
He sort of like he nods and he says, "I suppose it's a mystery that's going to have to wait for some time." He says, "For now, we have to deal with the situation at hand." He says, "If you'll excuse me, I must make my way to the town hall. There's some unfortunate business that needs to be dealt with."
Of course, he says. If there's anything I can do to help.
He says, "I appreciate the generosity, but you've done enough for today. I'll be honest, y'all look like you've seen some shit. Maybe you should just rest up."
So,
Good idea.
looks at
Much
my
everyone except for Alco is like on 1 HP or something, right?
yeah, looks at my 36 HP. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel fine.
Look at my 3 HP holding the gaping axe wound in my side.
And I sort of like turn around, looks around at everyone else, and just like, well, I says, personally, I can say I've been through worse, but I guess you have a point. So look at the others. I says, all right, but if you need help, you know where to find me. I say, Sheriff.
No, he doesn't. The inn-we're staying at's destroyed.
Only partially. I mean, we could go to that place we got banned from.
Where'd we
Does
get
the band
banned?
stay on after 5 years?
9 years.
Was it a 9-year?
It's been 9 years. Remember.
Oh man.
I always forget. I don't know why I get 5.
We got banned from James. Remember where we killed those those rat werewolf or no, not rat werewolf. Where we killed those bandits up in the north in the tavern, and the guy was just like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" And we were like, "Hey, we paid him," and it's like we were never here.
Doesn't sound like we got banned.
No, he did ban us after he called the guards on us. Remember?
Oh, okay, fine. Fine.
We got the black mark.
Yes, we did break it like once, and he wasn't really happy about it. I'm sure he's forgotten. Yeah, you're right. He obviously can't have remembered 9 years in the.
We are the Crystal Crusaders as well. I mean, it's gotta have some weight behind it.
But anyway, yes. I said like you know where to find us.
Yeah, so he nods, and him and Ogrek begin to walk off. You could see at this point what appear to be like priests or something have come, being led by members of the militia, and they are it appears sort of like taking Duvessa Shane and her body, and kind of they're like wrapping it and basically like preparing it essentially, just to not be sitting here rotting on the walls.
Yeah.
At this point, so now it is you, Beldora, Sirik, and Sir Beric left here, and
I look around. I look at everyone's injuries, or how injured everyone is. It's like I look down towards like the streets below, and it's like I wonder if the apothecary is still remained untouched.
I mean, it's
So-
right down the road. Can we
Yeah.
see it?
Exactly.
give me a perception check. Let's see here.
Do we remember that guy's name? Was it
Yeah,
like Ruida?
let me just check the dramatis persona.
I thought it
Rudin
was like
sounds
Rudy or
familiar.
something.
Rudin's apothecary.
Riordan.
Riadon, yeah.
He's an
I
elven
can't believe it was
apothecary.
that close.
So yeah, looking around, just the landscape of this area has been like changed so much by the destruction wrought by the giants, that you can't really make out the building amongst the piles that at one point in time was the Reardon's apothecary. And yeah, like taking a glance, like all you see basically is like destroyed buildings, for at least like a block or so.
Right. So I look down at this. It's just like I look towards everyone else. It's like I don't really have medical supplies to help patch you guys up right now. Just we should look for like an apothecary or something.
It's a good idea. We can at least check to see if Rudon's is still there. But give me a moment. I gotta go get somebody. And then I go retrieve Bella.
Sure. Meanwhile, Alquil, Sir Beric, walks up to you, and you can see Sirik is with him, kind of trailing behind, like trying to like basically like stay out of sight. And he's kind of like grabs you on the shoulder, and he says, "That was a battle well fought. I have not known many men brave enough to leap as such onto the back of a giant as you did." He says, "Well done. It is a shame what happened to the speaker, but there was naught we could do about it."
Quill like I imagine like when he puts his hand on Alquil's what did you say? He took my shoulder.
Yeah, he put like a hand on your shoulder.
Yeah, I imagine like I have to imagine like as he puts my hand on his shoulder, so like jerk and like turn around towards him, and he starts saying this. I nods to him as he says this, and it's like yes, this brave, perhaps foolish, perhaps. I didn't really stay up there very long, Says, and as for the speaker, quote sort of like trails off for. But well fought, indeed. You yourself held your blade firmly as well. I'm sure Tyr must be proud of you this day.
He says, I can only but hope. He says, that I fight bravely and with honor and do my best to honor the tenets of my god. And he says, says, you know, Alquil, says, I know I mentioned it a long time ago, but it's been nine long years, I recall, since we last met. Says, have you perhaps changed your tune? We could use more men like you in the order.
Quill sort of like gets this like a slight smile on his face and says like, it's just this like like this again, huh? That's I'm afraid the my situation hasn't changed all that much in the 9 years since. He says I'm still being me. Says, and while I do agree with some of the things your order does, I'm not. I do not. I don't think I have it in me to commit myself fully to such lofty ideals.
So he's sort of like he nods and says, I understand. He says, I just thought I'd ask. You never know. He says, any roads. I have some business to take care of here in the Dales still. If you've ever have need of me in my services, you will find me staying at Galdenstag's Rest.
Galdenstag. Oh yeah, that was that on the like east side of town. Just Alquil nods. Just provided that place is still whole. Says Kelvin's comfort got hit pretty hard by this attack.
It says a great many places did. It will take long to rebuild, but the people of the 10 towns are strong. I am sure they will recover in time, as they have from everything they have weathered before.
Of course.
They are a people blessed of Tyr, brave.
Yes, says brave and hardy. That's us. I smile. And says, but yes, I will seek you out should I have the need.
And he sort of like nods. And he says, come, Sirik. Let us be off then. And he and Sirik quit the scene, leaving basically just you and Beldora, who has sort of like camped herself. She's like sitting on top of one of the like crumbled battlements, kind of like looking out, and she sort of like stands up, like hops back onto the wall, and walks over to all of you, and she says, well, that was certainly something else. Never thought I'd see the day when an army of giants came to attack Bryn Shander.
A great many strange things have happened as of late. Says. Cool says. Beldora, she had that like weird contraption on her, wasn't she?
Yeah, you can see she basically had this sort of like harness on her that has this like rope that leads over to a crossbow. And yeah, it's basically like she's got these now that you're like looking more closely too, she has these sort of like grips on her hands that have these like little metal spikes. And you can tell her boots are actually like cleated as well, with like spikes on the bottom.
And I look over this and it's like looking at I imagine it's not it's pretty obvious that I'm looking over the contraption. I like say it's like Pardon me asking, but what exactly is this thing?
And you like gesture to it.
Yeah.
She sort of like looks down, and then like back up, and she smiles and says, "Curious, are you?" She says, and she kind of like looks around, and you can see like most of the militia and stuff have left. She like pulls you in a bit closer, and like starts like kind of speaking a bit more in like a hushed tone. And she says,
Mhm.
"This is something an associate of mine has made." Says, uh, "Perhaps if you're interested, um, we can speak of this later when there are less prying ears around."
Quill like nods. Says like nods says like I didn't like very well. Says I didn't realize it was something hush hush, but
And
as you
then
say.
yeah, you see she like takes like a piece of paper and like just like slides it into your hand as she like waves and like walks away, and she says, "I'll see you all later. I've got some business to take care of in the meantime."
Just blessings be upon you then, Beldora, I say as I wave and turn away from her as I start turning down to look at my piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
Says,
Yeah, so it's just like small little like crumpled up piece of paper. Um, and as you like open it, it all it has written on it is like a single sentence that says, "Meet me at the harp shop like old times."
right. So Quill remembers. Quill remembers the hideouts and nods to himself as he starts moving in closer towards everyone else. Lucas, Nibby, um, Alexei. Yeah, those three were the ones here.
Yep.
Oh. So
Thanks for remembering our names.
yes. I was like, I was trying to remember who was here and who wasn't.
And Bella's here too.
Ah, yes. And so, looking at everyone else, how is everyone holding up? I'm on 36 HP. I feel
I want
fine.
to go home. Why the hell did I come back here?
Excellent question.
I don't actually know what I'm at because I know I like died last time or got unconscious at least, but according to my sheet, I still have 35 HP. Like it didn't.
Your girl
So I'm
heals
like,
20 out of 45.
I'm guessing I have like 1 or 2 HP.
Yeah, you were pretty low from what I remember.
I think I was just brought back with 1 HP of.
You got fire brandied essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I looked and said like, well, says I'm glad everyone's alive. Says we should see if you get your a healer. Let's see if Rudon's apothecary survived the assault.
So what do you do if there's a big bit of ice in it?
We'll look for the next apothecary.
Can we just go tune in and sleep?
Says, sleeping won't fix those injuries. What if they get infected?
Give me an hour.
We also did just wake up, Lucas.
It's true.
Ah.
You're not very tired.
I just need to rest for an hour, okay?
Oh, right. So yeah,
Just to catch my breath.
why don't you guys make an investigation check?
I
Oh,
abstain
boy.
from it. I
One
just sit on
combined or
Bella.
each?
Well, one person can do it and somebody can
Got it.
help. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
I just
I'll help.
I sit on Bella and just hold my wounds.
All right, so Alexei, you kind of remember like fairly well where in relation to the gates the apothecary shop was, and you head over that way, and you could see what awaits you there is this just like pile of kind of like collapsed rubble, and like debris from like nearby buildings that have sort of like fallen over. Um, and you kind of like look around for like a moment, like maybe the building inside survived, and you get like Alquil to move some stuff out of the way, and eventually you come across what appears to be this sort of like smashed fragment of a door, and there is like a flyer, like a badly damaged like flyer or piece of paper like on it. Um, and it basically says something to the effect of Reardon's apothecary has moved to a new location. And
Man, I bet it's in
lists
fucking Waterdeep.
lists a an address in like the like actual like market square of Bryn Shander, like the heart of it. Seems as though he has sort of like moved up in the world since you last saw him, and has a
Nice.
nicer place now.
I mean, he did have the Crystal Crusaders as patrons.
Nice. That's
So,
good to know.
to answer the question, no, the apothecary shop did not survive. However, it is not his shop anymore. So,
No, yeah. Presumably, he still owns the building since no one else is using it. All right. Well, we know where to go now.
Precisely. Let's go see him.
Yes.
all right.
The
So,
stall has been taken down as well.
so you spend maybe like 5-10 minutes making your way through town. There is like now that like everything has calmed down, you can just see that a lot of the destruction was concentrated more towards the gates, and basically like beyond that, once you get past like the first like block or two from the gates, things are like relatively intact, other than the fact that there are occasionally like buildings that were like structurally weak that got hit by a boulder and collapsed. There are a number of buildings that basically have like boulders lodged in the ceiling, which like who knows how the hell they're gonna get those out. And there are like kind of like boulders like lodged in the now cracked cobblestone streets. Um, and you're like making your way through. What's everybody's like passive perception though? Just
Crap.
So I have 12.
well,
11. I'm not even there. I'm just having someone pull my horse along, holding the reins as I'm just laying on her. Like, sucks.
It's 10 plus your perception, right?
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, 18.
18. Okay. So Nibby, um, this is something you would have probably noticed a bit earlier. So each of these giants had basically like these like like white leather like sacks like tied to their waist. Um, and when Sir Beric and Cyric were like leaving, um, they they walked by the body of that like main leader, and you would have seen this like strange red glow from the bag, um, that like as they walked by, and then it like faded as it like as they left.
They didn't notice anything. It wasn't something like
No, like they didn't seem to like notice it. It was like really faint. The fact that you noticed it is like pretty impressive.
all right. I'll Alquil's like armor. You see that sack over there on the giant's hip?
And I look over at where he's pointing, and it's just like, yeah. Well, after like he points it out to me, like I squint and look over and see the large giant sack. It's like, yeah, giant sack.
It started glowing when those humans went close to it.
Glowing. I says, what do you mean?
Glowing.
This is like, I look over at
The
it.
sack, it's like something in the sack was glowing
Yes.
when they approached it and then faded as they left again.
I sort of like look down and look a bit confused before saying, "This is normally I would ask if you're sure it wasn't a trick on your eye, but I think it's faster to just investigate. Shall we have a look?"
Yeah.
All right. and I turn to Alexei and the horse and the Lucas, like
The horse and the Lucas.
The horse.
The
and
horse, investigate.
Horse,
Yes.
investigate this.
I says it's like Nibby saw something strange from the giant's pouch. We're gonna investigate that. Do you? Oh, who dropped? That was James.
James.
James did.
Sure, let's investigate.
There, he's back.
Did you say that each giant had one of those pouches?
Yeah, each one of the giants had the pouches on it, but the only one that you noticed like the glow from was the leader's.
Okay.
So
I pointed out. Oh,
yeah, I mean, the leader was also wearing this sort of like dragon skull, kind of like helmet, and
Oh.
it's like pretty easy to identify which one it was.
Yeah.
I will say though. Okay, so each one of them has one of those pouches. Oh, I saw it's from the one with the dragon skull.
Right. Just.
Ooh. I think
Whose
James
mic
is
was
having,
that?
I think James
Me.
is having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, I'm having some mic issues right now.
All right. Says, well, we'll investigate it then, and start moving up towards the pouch.
All right, so you make your way
pat her
over
on the
towards
side.
towards the body of the fallen leader of the giants. And yeah, you can see like when it like fell backwards, the pouch was on its side, so it's like still accessible. It's not like crushed underneath the giant or anything like that. And yeah, looking over this like leader of the giants, they're like now that you're like actually like closer and taking a look, you can see that that helmet that she's wearing that's like carved from a dragon's skull.
Yeah.
There are like inset into the horns um, a number of what look like these like small like white stones that um, you would probably recognize as like some sort of like gemstone or something. There's like 15 of them in total. Um, you could see that like around her neck, on like a chain, there is this like large kind of like intricately carved ivory horn, with all this like kind of like artistic scrawling on it. Um, then yeah, you can see like the bag, which is currently tied with this like what would probably be a string for a giant, but is actually just like a full on like fucking rope. Um, uh, and yeah, so you move and like kind of like slice the rope open or something to like root around in the bag. And this bag is huge. Like you could like all of you could probably like crawl inside of this thing and like fit just fine. Um, you
As
start
all
s-
do.
you start like rummaging around through it. There's a lot of like kind of weird stuff inside. It there's kind of like this awful smell, like somewhat rotting meat or like slightly off cheese. You find basically like this absolutely like huge what appears to be like a skinning knife made with like a bone handle and this like kind of like shoddy iron like somewhat rusted blade, and you're like digging around. Can you go ahead and somebody give me an investigation check?
I'll
Well,
help.
while they're digging in there, can Lucas, with newfound strength, get off his horse and start looting the ivory and gems off this bitch?
Sure, you can give it a try. Yeah. The
I
horn
give it a
I
itself.
did it
try.
first.
The horn
I give you
itself.
guidance. Roll a d4.
Wait, what?
I was going to cast guidance on whoever did it, but
Oh.
he went too fast.
So
Sorry,
the
I failed your roll.
horn itself appears to have been like almost like more like an instrument, right? It's that like sort of like they carved like a dragon horn into like a to like a trumpet almost. And it is huge. Like it's probably like the size of you.
Alright, I leave
almost.
it be, and instead I go for the gems on the
Um,
on the helm.
But it does look like if you could like somehow get this thing and sell it to somebody, it would probably be pretty valuable. But then you go and start like trying to like pry out the gemstones, and it's tough work, and you're like taking your dagger and kind of like trying to get underneath the setting and pop them out. It's gonna take time, but obviously you'll be able to accomplish
Take
it
the
eventually.
time while they're doing their investigation.
All right, so Lexi, you are kind of searching around, like rummaging through this bag of like garbage essentially, and eventually you can see you come across what looks like this a chunk of stone or something, but you can't quite like make out what it is because you're inside this like bag and it's like pitch black and you can't really like see anything. um okay, so you like cast a light, and you kind of like you feel this like cold chill in your hand as the light kind of like shines on what appears to be this translucent like black stone that has been like intricately carved, and you can see that there is like it's crystal clear, just like tinted black,
Oh
and
no.
in the center of it, there is this sort of faint, pulsing crimson red, and it looks as though like almost this like red substance is like flowing along these like lines inside that have been carved, and I am going to attempt to draw what this looks like,
Fine.
and
Oh,
so.
it's not black ice. That's what I thought it was at first, but this is different.
No, it could be black ice, just that they've put something red inside of it.
True.
Uh,
Does it remind us of them of black ice when they look at it?
definitely.
Oh
this-
shit! Here we go again.
Fucking get out of here, CJ.
So
Don't-
this
don't-
is
don't-
my great artistic rendering.
Uh-huh.
Wait, actually, I think I have this. 1 second.
What
Actually,
the fuck am I looking at?
I might have actually saved this. 1 second.
Where is it? Ping it.
Hold up.
He just
No,
removed
I
it.
deleted it because it looked bad.
Pussy.
So let's see if I
Commit.
can drag and drop this, and there we go. Much better.
Ah, that is a giant rune of some kind.
And it's like
I think.
sort of pulsing and flowing with this crimson red color. Here, I'll
Ooh.
even dye it. There we go.
I know giant. Do I
know
recognize
giant
what
as
the
well.
means?
No giant also.
You
I don't.
you do
I know
not.
Sylvan.
This is not. Looking at this rune, whatever it is not part of any alphabet you recognize. Um, um,
Hmm. I'll commit its memory.
Yes.
Whoa.
Now what do we do about the black ice?
And yeah, so Alquil, you come over and like see basically like, she has this chunk of what is obviously like black ice in her hand with this like pulsing red rune in the center of it, and it is like you can like see it, it's almost like it just exudes this like discomforting presence just to look at it again, and recognize what it is.
And it's just like, I thought we destroyed all of that.
Apparently not.
Just, well, the dwarf forges up in the mountains are still going. You can bring it there for destruction.
Cool. Do you want to hold on to it?
Sure,
Give it to Alquil.
take it. So what do I call it in my inventory? Just like black eyes, red glowy thing.
Black ice, red.
I mean, you could just call it like the black ice rune stone or something.
Nice runestone.
But yeah, as you're like holding it, Alexei would have been able to like figure this out, and you as well, Alquil. There is definitely like a magical aura coming from this, like above and beyond, like what
Maybe we can
what you had encountered before.
maybe we should identify it at some point.
Alexei nods. He says, "Well, I can do that tomorrow."
So you don't have because identify is a ritual spell. You could potentially cast it without spell slots.
Oh, right, okay. And she says, "Well, I can do that if I have some time."
So it's like, all right. I'll hold onto it until then. And
Am I coming
yeah.
along with those gems?
Yes, I'm looking. Also, I'm looking. Was there anything else that looked like of use in this bag?
Not particularly. There's a lot of basically like everyday junk in there. I mean, if you really were desperate, you could use one of those big skinning knives as a longsword. But other than that, there's nothing of like any value in here.
All right.
At least in this bag.
Well, should we check out the other bags as well? Just in case.
Well, I suppose.
Sure.
All right.
It couldn't hurt. I say as a. How am I doing, Brad?
Roll me a strength check.
Oh, God.
It's tough work.
Strength check?
Just flat check.
Nope.
Ooh,
Okay.
nice.
You maybe after all this time managed to pry out one.
Awesome.
It's this small, like circular opal white gemstone.
So after we come out of the bag, I'll look over at Lucas, who I imagine he's just like panting.
Hey, I'm pretty beat up right now. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm actually just like panting from like the workout he's giving himself while still beat up. I was like, Lucas, you're right.
I'm doing all right. You want to help?
It's like, help with what? What are you doing?
Getting the gems off the helm?
Oh yes, this is like yes, the 10 towns will need all the economical boost to rebuild themselves. Excellent idea, Lucas. And I start walking
Sure,
over.
they can have some.
And I will walk over and I'll start like, and I look towards Alexei and Nibi and says like, you can go ahead and investigate the other bags. I'll get these stones out.
Cool.
All right.
And
So,
I will start working on getting the stones out and collecting them so I can give them over to the 10 towns.
all right. Elko and Lucas begin work at prying these stones out of their setting in the Dragon Skull helm. Alexei and Nibby go off to investigate the other bags. Are you just gonna be together, or are you just gonna split up and investigate the other two bags separately? Not that it matters. Just curious.
Yeah,
We'll just stay together.
Okay.
stay together.
So in each of those bags, you'll find a number of like various bric-a-brac essentially. One of the giants has what appears to have been at like one point a like a wooden like targeting dummy, like you would see like archers firing at. You have no idea why the hell he's carrying it around, but it's in there, and it appears to have like chewing marks on it from like sharp teeth. Um, so maybe he was like using it as like a stick for his wolf or something.
A wolf toy.
There is one of the giants has this like massive like what appears to be like this necklace that's basically like made of a rope. And on this necklace are these like huge, like absolutely huge, sharp, pointed teeth. Dozens of them like ringed around this necklace. There's another one that basically has this like what at first you thought was like a blanket, but now when you think more in proportions, it looks more like it would be like a cloak or something of the likes. Completely made of like yak wool. This absolutely huge cloak. Um, uh, there is also this basically like this big like drum, like this big like simple like drum, and that's like kind of the random stuff you find, but in each of these bags you find these like carved statuettes made of the same like translucent black material, cold to the touch. One of the giants has two of them. They're smaller and they appear to be like these intricate, like well crafted carvings of wolves. The other has a bit of a larger statuette that appears to be a like similarly intricate carving of like a frost giant. Um, that is what you find.
And they're the same size as the other ones, except the one that had two small ones.
No, they're kind of like different sizes. So like the rune stone was basically just like this big kind of like you could fit it in two hands like chunk of material with the like glowing rune. The like giant statuette, like the frost giant statuette, is probably like this like the size of your torso, Alexei. Like it's this big like maybe like foot and a half, 2 foot tall like statuette that's been carved. And then the two wolves are maybe like, like 8 inch, 8 to 12 inch, like figurines, basically, carvings made of this stuff.
Right.
So these are like big fucking chunks of this stuff.
I'll take the wolf figurines.
All right. Each of the figurines weighs 5 pounds. Each of the wolf figurines is 5 pounds. The giant figurine is 8.
It's only 8 pounds, but it was the size of Alexei's torso.
Well, like height wise.
Okay. All right, you take that one. I'll take these.
Okay.
Alexei's
So I have a
just
5-pound statue
carrying around this like big statuette. It won't even really like fit in your bag properly without like sticking out.
Good thing we have a bag of holding.
Lucas, help!
At this point in time,
I'm pretty far
after
away.
it took them like quite a while to like rummage through all those bags. So as you're like coming back, Lucas and Alquil have like finished the effort of prying out these gemstones.
I will slide the hand a few of them.
Why don't you
Oh.
why don't you go ahead and give me a strength check and let's see how many of them you actually managed to get out by yourself. All right.
I got a second wind.
So there's 15 of them.
Do I gotta contest Alquil to see who gets the most?
You know what? Sure.
You shouldn't have said anything.
I mean, it seems just the way it should be done.
Okay.
I got more.
So Lucas, you come away with 8 of the 15, and Alquil has 7 of the 15.
Is that including the one that I?
Yes.
That's okay. So 8 including the one I got earlier. All right. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bag of holding. Do I need to like individually type out what they are, or can I just put 8 giant helm gems?
They are all the exact same gems, so you can just put 8 of them.
Okay.
But yeah, like Alquil totally saw you doing it though.
Do you want me to roll that sleight of hand? I will.
No, there's like with the amount of effort it takes to like pry these gemstones out.
Okay, they saw me take.
There
one.
is
Okay, fair
literally
enough.
no way you could like hide your like taking of these gems.
Fair enough. I did say they could have some of them.
But yes, so
I'll still remember this.
you all like regroup, and you can see basically like Nibby has these like two like wolf statues, and Alexei is kind of like cradling with two arms this like giant statue that's probably like half her size, um, and it is made of the same material as that runestone, that same familiar substance.
Black ice.
Black ice. Right. And I'm like, looking at these, it's like, I start like seeing like the amount of black ice again. It's like, oh, not good. Quill would say. It's just, where would I even have gotten this from?
Would I know what black ice is?
No, you would not be familiar with it just because you were not like around when
You
it
were
was
not-
a thing.
When
Didn't
had
we
that
destroy
all-
all those?
That's what I
What
said.
is this anyway?
Yes. This Nibelung is it's a substance called black ice. It's created by some ancient evil wizard. It has corrupting qualities, turning your upping your negative emotions and sides if you carry it around. That's your greed, your paranoia, your fear, your hate. Jesus.
And here we are, carrying them around again.
But the only known way to destroy them is by intense heat of the fires, which only we've been able to do successfully in the dwarven forges in the mountain. Turn towards Lucas, which is why we have to bring them there for destruction.
Well, looks like we're gonna have a lot to work with here. Who's making it again?
A very excellent question. Though I do recall Akar Kessel was never seen after leaving the valley.
True.
Could he have entered into some sort of alliance with the giants?
You giants ally people?
At this point, as you're all talking, this rather like harried-looking like courier kind of like comes running up towards you, and he says, "Are you the Crystal Crusaders?"
No.
Yes, we are.
And he says, "I bear a message from you, or for you."
From us?
It's the flashpoint.
Is it our future selves?
For you. I'm terribly sorry. Where was I? Right, a message. He says, the sheriff wishes to speak with you. At the town hall.
That's
About?
He did not say.
very well. I'll be on my way.
So
I suppose we have nothing more important now anyway.
Yeah. So the courier kind of like bows and like runs away off to his next message.
Yes. I'll say that. Looks like we'll be able to drop off those gemstones sooner than we thought. Hey, Lucas?
Yeah, you'll be able to give them your half.
It's just like, I was just like, oh, I mean, we'll be able to give them all of it. After all,
Yeah.
it is
All of yours. What part of this aren't you getting?
It's just the part of the fact that these gemstones belong to Bryn Shander now.
Why do they belong to them now?
Because the giants destroyed much of Bryn Shander, and they will need as much of this in order to rebuild.
That's why we're giving them half of it.
No, he says. Otherwise, I would have to. Otherwise, like you can either give them freely to the sheriff, or I will I will be informing him about the fact that you took the gemstones, and I'll leave it to their discretion to decide what to do about it.
Go ahead. I'm pretty sure we deserve a little bit of a reward for helping save their town.
It's just like
I don't think Sheriff Markham's going to be that upset about it,
this.
considering we are also already giving him half of them.
This.
I mean,
Well,
Markham's already pretty upset. Is it really worth making him angrier?
I don't think it's going to make him angrier.
And Alquist sort of like just shrugs, like, well, we'll just see what happens. Anyway, we should. I'll start making my way towards the town hall.
All right. So you all head off to the town hall, a journey that takes 5 to 10 minutes from where you currently are. And when you arrive there, you can see there are a number of militia kind of like stationed outside, just like keeping watch. And there's a lot of it looks like activity kind of going on. But as you arrive, one of the guards kind of like steps forward, holding on his arm, and he says, "Hello there, Crusaders." He says, "We've been expecting you. The sheriff is waiting in the office upstairs. Follow me."
And says, very well.
Right.
Follow.
So you follow, and he leads you into the building. You can see all sorts of people like kind of like waiting or like shouting at the receptionist, and you just sort of like make your way past that scene, up the stairs, and down the hall, and over to like a door, and like he knocks on the door, and there's a response that just says, "Come in," and door swings open, and you find yourself being led into um, Duvessa's old office in the town hall, which you had been in like once or twice. So you like recognize it, and you can see sort of like sitting in the chair, just like scratching his head with like a bunch of papers in like one hand, and like basically like yelling at a scribe, and like pointing with the other. Sheriff Markham, like sitting behind the desk, and he sort of like throws down the papers, and he's just like, "I do not have the patience for this nonsense." And he says, and then he like looks up and sees you, and he says, "Ah, a sight for sore eyes. Finally, somebody I can deal with." And he says, "Come in, come in. Close the door behind you."
Yeah, we'll walk in. Walk in then and close the door and just like, busy as usual, Sheriff.
He says, "Yes." He says, "It's unfortunate what's happened, but there's still a city to run, and until we can elect a new speaker, somebody's got to run it."
I'll quit
No
nods.
one better than you.
He says,
Yes.
"I
For the
don't have."
time being.
I said, "I don't have the head for this kind of thing, but in an emergency," and he says, "I'll step up and do what I can." He says, "But that's not why I've called you all here. I called you here because our scouts have something to report." He says,
Oh, really?
I said, "Yes, they've found what where those giants that escaped have gone off to, or at least the general direction." He said, "They fled to the north and east." He says, along the road, but didn't make it as far as East Haven. Seems they split off somewhere along the way. Scouts came across well, it looks like an unfortunate accident somewhere along the road." He says, "I was hoping perhaps that, well, my men aren't really equipped to take out giants." He says, "But I'll be damned if I'm letting them goddamn things go loose. Not in my territory." He says,
This is accident you speak of?
and he says,
Yes.
he nods, and he says, "It seems as though when they were beating their retreat, there was an unfortunate trader on their way from East Haven. They had a bit of a run-in. Doesn't look like any of them made it."
It was a traitor?
No, trader.
Oh, traitor. Okay.
Yes.
Not
As in
traitor.
merchant. Yes. No, not haha. I was never really on your side, but it's like no one has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Oh man. So I'm
Cabbages.
assuming you want us to go after these giants?
And he
I
says,
say, holding my wound that's probably still bleeding,
and he says,
just a bit.
and sort of like nods and says, yes, I would like you all to track down these giants, and well, I'm actually more curious about where the hell they came from and what they're up to, but I won't oppose if you wipe them out. He says, but if you do, make sure to bring their heads to me. I want to see.
How many
How are we
did your
supposed to
scouts report?
Yeah.
He says, our scouts.
I just look at that Quill because we probably have the same thought.
Said, our scouts saw signs of two giants. Says they were traveling together for a time, but it seems they split up.
Only two.
They wounded? Were they?
Seems
Have
like
they
a
been
low
part of
number.
the battle?
Said, I don't rightly know. They were part of the crew that was hurling boulders over the walls, so they weren't really a part of the main offensive. They could be wounded, they could not.
Might be able to take out two, especially if we were
Yeah.
getting them by surprise.
Says yes. Says about the heads. It says like, how do you suppose we're supposed to transport?
Two
Go.
giant heads.
Yeah, two giant heads across the snow. So it's
And
not
he says,
like
I'm sure I can wrangle up some sleds.
Well, we
Fair
provide
enough.
you some ears, sets of ears, instead.
And he
Work.
says, no, I want to see the look on those bastards' faces when you kill them.
I fucking knew it. I fucking
This
knew it.
fucking guy.
It's just like, bring me pictures of dead frost giants. Oh man, it's like Quill sort of like nods and is like, well, if you provide a means of transport, I suppose we could bring you the heads. This is if we end up wiping them out. But yes, this is looking for where they're going, where they came from, probably top priority. So, yes.
You're the
I look to turn toward Lucas. What are you saying?
you're the tracker here. How long do we have before like whatever trail they left goes cold?
Good question. What should I roll to figure that out? Like, would that be like a nature? Would that be like a survival?
Probably,
Survival.
I think it would kind of be like a two-parter. It would be nature and survival.
Okay, nature, survival.
Okay.
Damn.
So those are pretty like decent, decently average rolls. It depends. There can be a lot of variables in play when it comes to how long tracks last in like various conditions. You would know that here, like in the Dales, tracks can last for a long time, assuming there is not like more snow falling or you're not in the midst of summer when the snow is melting but the ground is still hard enough to not leave tracks. Currently you would probably guess you've probably got like a day or two to be able to like pick up the tracks if like nothing changes. However, if there's like a storm that comes in or something like that, that can rapidly change.
Yeah. So it's just like, provided there's no snowfall or the like, strong winds or anything, the tracks should last like a day, maybe two.
Oh, good. So we have time to rest.
Then
What's your survival, Thor?
Then
My
again,
survival is +5.
I think I might be the new tracker.
is that then again also you've never really tracked something with footprints this freaking huge. so it might
Yeah.
even last longer.
Yeah, so I thought I think like a day, maybe two, and I was like think about it. Like, of course, we're talking about giants here. Leave kind of easy tracks to follow.
Indeed. And their campsites, should they make one, which should be very easy to spot.
Yes, indeed. And says, right. And says, oh, well, I remember it. I start like rummaging through my bags, and I bring up giant health gem.
Oh, and I pull out the one from mine to make it the 8.
Make it the 8. Right.
Yeah, I told them they were getting about half.
Yeah. So I say to Sheriff Markham, just like, Lucas had the idea that we should pry these gems off of the helmet of the giant leader. Says,
Yes. There were 15 in total. We're giving you 8, as well as the large necklace of dragon bone that was left on the one in charge.
yes, Lucas wanted to keep the other 7 as he put it, a reward. Yes.
And yeah, you see the sheriff kind of like nod, and he says, well, far as I see it, you lot failed the motherfucker, so shit's yours to do with as you please. And he says,
I smile.
says,
We figured we could
I
at least help rebuild Bryn Shander after all that the town has done for us.
he says, I appreciate the gesture. I'll make sure it goes towards rebuilding for those who have lost the most in this struggle. And so does sort of like beckons someone over and like takes the gems and kind of like hands them off and says go place these in the treasury. And they sort of like nod and run off. He says now what's this you say about a necklace?
just one of the giant leader had like a necklace on her. Looked to be valuable. Was pretty huge though. It's like the size of a man.
Trumpet.
Trumpets, yes.
He says,
And also, if the dragon bone is valuable, the crown or this was also made of it.
Yeah, the dragon bone helmet that she was wearing.
Says well, bones ain't much use to anybody except maybe carvers or them science types. And he says but this horn said if this horn is valuable as you say, perhaps I'll send a few of my men with a sled to go transport it. And he says speaking of which, he says and he kind of like shouts out like into the hall. He says you there, I know you're standing around doing nothing. Go see about getting these fine fellows a couple of sleds. They're gonna need them. And he says yes sir. And kind of you hear like footsteps kind of tromping on down the hall. Sheriff Markham like sighs. He says I appreciate all you've done, I really do, but fortunately I've got a lot of work to do. He says I never realized there were so many goddamn idiots in this town. He kind of like throws like a pile of papers to the side.
Of course, Sheriff Markham. We'll get out of here.
Glory of bureaucracy.
You're clearly the most qualified for this.
Yeah, and I'll bow and turn around to start leaving.
All right. Yep. So you guys exit scene.
Exit stage left.
Making your way outside, and you are like out into. You're kind of just like off a side street near the center of town, near the marketplace, and I mean now you basically like you have a mission, and the rest of the day is free to do with as you see fit.
Yes.
So what is it that the Crystal Crusaders would like to do? It's going to take maybe like anywhere between like 30 minutes to an hour for them to like actually procure the sleds for you, and you're told that they'll basically like be waiting for you at the north gate when you leave.
So I look over at my tired and wounded companions. Says like, perhaps you should see about getting to the apothecary now.
I
Guys,
think now's the time, yes. Before something
Guys,
else occurs.
are we
Yes.
bounty hunters now?
This is like, and I turn towards Nibelung. It's just like, I've technically always been one, sort of. It's just, and yes, it's like I usually hire my services as a guide, but I can always work as a hunter as well in need be. Yes.
And now we're working together again.
Yes. Speaking of which, Alquill says, as he's like, I'm assuming we've started walking towards the apothecary. And speaking of, like, why are you guys here?
This is where we all go to the flashback scenes that we'll handle in next session.
Well, Alexei says, I was sent up here because I got another task given to myself.
By the Blackstaff Tower again.
Precisely. Although we're keeping it on the down low, so shh. And she says, yeah. And she says, we got delivered a letter not long ago, and it was written in some language that we don't quite know how to translate. It's still being translated after I left. But it was delivered by a big bird, a species native to the Icewind Dales. And along with the letter, it also came with a totem carved from a black material.
Black ice.
Yeah. So I told them about it, and then they sent me up here to investigate. Although I will admit, I'm surprised that the rest of you are here. She looks back at Lucas. I suppose actually that's it, Lucas, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
because
look
Nibby's
at-
like, we're all like, who the fuck is Nibby?
Yeah.
How did Nibby come to join us? Did he join like one of us? How do you think, Mike?
Well, I don't really know. We haven't gone through that. I mean, I have my reasons of here, but I don't know how I ended up with you guys.
I think he probably met up with
Brad?
Aquil first, just because you were closer to like Icewind Dale than any of the other people were.
I don't even know where I was.
Alexei and Lucas were both like further south. It would have taken them like a month to get up here. But you
both
were
the shit stick, right?
you were a bit closer. So you probably met up with Alquil first. And like my idea basically was that you were like you're on your quest or whatever for to like restore your family's grove. And basically like you received a vision from like nature that basically was like come here and find this man.
Received a vision from nature.
Well, it's a very druidic thing.
Yeah.
The Earth Mother.
The Earth
The
Mother.
Earth Mother.
Uh,
Whatever.
or in this case, probably some like high-ranking member of the Emerald Enclave or something.
I imagine I'm only here, Brad, because like I was like, hey, there's something up there that I want, said the Dragon Master. Go get it.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, like,
And that's basically
much
my response when they look at me. Is
literally-
like, my master told me to come up here to retrieve something for
I'm
him.
pretty sure, like, literally the reason you got set up here was like your master's like, Lucas, you're not earning enough money, you motherfucker. Get out of the
You did
house and
so
go
well
do
back up
something.
there. Go again.
Yeah. I look towards Lucas and he says like your master sent you up there. It's like your master. That's-
You have a
Yes.
master?
Yes.
Who is it?
that's-
Oh, fuck. What was her name? I think it was a her actually.
that's-
I feel like to the normal people, I'll just call her Lady Arvea.
Lady Arvea, as Elquil says. I'm like thinking, it's like I don't think I've ever heard of that name, or have I?
Have we heard of the name, Brad?
No.
Well, I didn't give the full name
No.
either.
So this is like Lady Arvea. I don't think I've heard of any such lady. It's just like, I was just like, so you serve some sort of noble then?
Yes. Would you like me to roll a deception?
Okay, what was the question? I
Sure.
didn't catch it.
I asked him, oh, he serves some sort of noble then.
Oh, right.
And I was like, yes, I do. Do you want me to roll a deception, Brad? I mean, it is a
Uh,
lie.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. Let's see. Let's see how
Alex-
well. Let's see how well you hide it.
Alquill was like, what?
What?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
was just like,
There's like,
and,
Alquil, you're like looking at him as he's like saying this, and there's like something on his face that's like, just like he's full of shit, ain't he? But like, nothing about like what he's like
yeah,
saying and
like,
like his actions like correspond with that. You're just suspicious, just out of like the very nature of like, you're just fucking suspicious about Lucas.
yeah, I'm actually,
It's the like eye cover thing. He looks like
Yeah,
riffraff.
I was gonna say, yeah,
He looks
exactly.
like a homeless man, 100%.
Yeah, exactly. This is like a guy like you in the service of a noble. Wait, what? How does that make sense?
Alexei's kind of like,
Alexei
like,
knows me a little bit more. I
Alexei's
probably
like,
hung out with her quite a bit.
Like, I mean, he could be telling the truth. He could be lying. Like, you're right on that.
Would he
that
lie to
threshold.
me? Is the thing.
Yeah. I just like,
hang out. Did you
uh-huh,
come
I
to
was just-
Waterdeep a lot during those nights?
Yeah. Like Waterdeep is bitches.
He was,
I went to jail in Waterdeep for a while, dude.
Fucking arrested by the guards.
Oh,
of Waterdeep.
you say this to us?
No, I don't say it. Wait, was that like in character that you're asking if I went to Waterdeep, James?
No, I was
Oh,
asking
no.
you out of character because you said
No.
like I probably hung
Yeah.
out with her. Like, did you come
Yeah,
along?
I probably went to Waterdeep, and I probably hit you up.
Okay, cool. Alright,
Uh.
so like Alexei kind of like raised her arm and was like, "What does this noble make you do then? Why are you here?
I told you I was here to retrieve something.
What is it?"
Hmm. Do I actually know that yet, Brad? Would you have anything in mind?
You don't know.
You'll
I'm not
know.
sure yet.
You'll
I say-
know when you see it.
She'll contact me when she knows.
That-
Or whenever it's ready, or whatever it is ready.
Sort of like stop for a moment. And it's like, and just like look at him and just like, so your master sent you off on a fool's errand without even knowing what she's sending you to.
I'm sure she knows. She just told me when it would be ready and where to get it.
Can't argue with that.
I sort of like shake my head as I pick up the pace again. It's like, I don't understand you southerners.
Blind
Uh,
faith.
You're just
Well,
not used to being around nobles. They can be a fickle bunch.
Well, what about you, Alquill? What have you been doing the past 9 years?
It says, oh, the same as usual. It says, guiding people who pay for it.
How well does that pay?
Hunting and scavenging. I sort of like. I mean, I was just like. I mean, I get by. It's-
So has it just been peaceful up here since we left?
And it's just like. It's just like. Yes, actually, it's nothing out of the ordinary. Until today. I say.
It's not our fault, right?
Why would it be our fault?
To be fair, Outwell, like the reason that you were brought to Brinchander, your farm is like nowhere near here. You live somewhere near Tourmaline.
Yes, but you know, I generally
You travel around.
What year? What time of year is it?
Right now it is sort of the end of spring and the beginning of summer.
Right, so just around the time I would.
Yeah, the official date is the 2nd of Mirtul, otherwise known as the melting. Basically, it's
Yes.
the beginning of summer.
Yeah, because I imagine like I would like spend most of winter like in my farm, in my hut, because you know it's harsh traveling around in the midst of winter. But like during spring and summer is when I would like do the touring guide and such. So that's what I imagine. Like I came to British Island because hey, tourists, for lack of a better term, might be making their way here, and they're gonna need guiding, and you know.
And it's these people, Iraq.
These motherfuckers. You just ran into each other in the market or something.
We all just like, man, the last time we were here, like, Kelvin's Comfort did us good.
Well,
And we
maybe
all-
let's
We all low-key wanted a taste of that fire brandy again. Just to see if it, like, was it as bad as we remember. It was.
Yeah, but at this point in time, as you guys are conversing, like you weren't really that far from the marketplace, so like you had already arrived at the marketplace like quite a whiles back, and you can
Yeah.
see now that things
ahead.
have like calmed down, the bells have stopped. It seems business as usual. The only difference being that a stall every so often has been replaced by a large boulder. But people seem to be like just working around it and still continuing business as usual. Um, you could see there are groups like attempting to like excavate these boulders out of the ground to like remove them, but obviously it's tough work. Um, And so looking around, you can see there are a number of stalls, peddlers hawking their wares. The hustle and bustle of people kind of coming and going is very crowded early in the morning, and you look around and you eventually like see the like sign hanging over the door of basically like this like potion bottle with sort of like bubbles coming out of it that is the mark of an apothecary. There is no text signs or anything like that. It's just like a simple like pictograph. Um,
So these people have gone right back to the stalls and started selling shit.
Welcome
I
to Tent
mean,
House.
this is like the
Boulder!
perfect opportunity
Boulders
to
for
like
sale.
make money.
Giant
Boulder
hair,
for
get
sale.
your giant hair, giant
Nice, it's
fat.
They're also like,
No,
"Give us a
it's like-
piece of the giant shield."
or it's just like it's like find wood and stone, find wood and stone for your houses.
Yeah. Nothing brings merchants or trade like a bigger boom than like tragedy.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's this black-hearted charlatan you're talking about for?
The reason why you were here last time.
Oh, fucking yeah. Get out the staff.
Yes. I don't think I did get it, did I?
No, you never did. He got away.
It's a black mark on a record.
Oh man, that's oh I see it that way. They're sending you again back to the frickin' door.
Oh yeah, so you stand now outside of the apothecary. It appears to be open. There's like light coming from inside.
Yeah. So we'll or Alquil will walk up and knock on the door.
You like knock on the door, like rap up against the window, peering inside, and you just sort of like hear a voice from further in that says, "It's open, come in."
Have we warranted a short rest by now?
Well, you haven't actually like stopped to like rest, basically. Like,
So I open the door and enter the apothecary.
all right, you open the door. There's like a little jingle of like a bell up above the door as you enter, and you can see sort of rushing in from the back a familiar figure. This sort of lithe elven gentleman with his like glasses kind of riding high on his nose. The apothecary, Reardon, doesn't look a day older than when you last saw him. Damn elves.
Damn. I was just about to say Damn elves.
And he says, "Ah, Alquil, it is such a pleasure to see you again." And you can see, like, he has these like gloves on his hand, like these leather gloves that are just like kind of like coated in blood right now. And he says, "You're just in time. I just finished up a very successful surgery." He says, "The patient is currently in recovery." He says, "What can I do for you?" It kind of like reaches forward and goes to like shake your hand.
I mean, I have a bloody gauntlet on me
Yeah,
right
I know.
now, so I'm just like shake his hand with my blood-stained gauntlet, my frost, and I say to him, "Raiden, it's good to see that you're doing well as well." Says, I looked back to my companions, and says like, "Well, me and my companions here were fighting the frost giants earlier, and some of us got a little bit. Well, we have gotten wounded," says.
Cough up some blood.
says, and we just wanted to make a figure that did make sure that nothing's infected or the like. Says.
He says, of course, please come into the operating room. I'll look each of them. Oh my God, what the hell hit you? The size of that
giant.
wound."
A giant.
He
I
says,
said-
"We must come quickly. We must disinfect this wound and stitch it up before." He's like, he starts like pulling you into the operating room. Yeah, and he'll look each of you over. And basically, like he does, like he pulls out scissors and like cuts away like dead flesh, and stitches, like disinfects the wounds with this like horrible like stinging concoction. And it's like it's not a pleasant experience, as he's like stitching you back up and like healing these wounds. But at the end of it, let us see here. Let me consult the good old player's handbook here.
The tome of rules.
You will each heal. For let's see, 1d.
I think it's like 1d6 plus.
Yeah, so it'll be 1d6 plus 4 plus additional equal to their hit dice, so that's 5. So you will each heal for 15 hit points at the end of the procedure.
Brings me back up to my max plus my max 5.
Man,
Plus
I'm
my
just
5.
5 short of my max. That's
I'm
not
still
good.
bloodied.
I think I'm still blooded also.
I think
That's
18 out of 35. No, I'm not bloodied. I think
9.
barely
Doesn't
over.
my HP
Nah.
transfer from my token to my character sheet?
It should be.
Doesn't
able
my
to do it.
when I remove HP from my token, it doesn't transfer to my
Oh,
character
that's
sheet.
weird. It got unassigned from those values. Here we go. It should. I'll fix that. I don't know how that happened. So this should be passive perception.
Right, now it's time to get some rest, boys.
Hey, and
Well, I
yeah,
can
so
cast- I
he's
can
like
cast
he's
rituals.
basically like he's stitched you up and done what he can for the wounds that are like visible, and they are not in danger of going bad, rotting away or anything like that, becoming infected.
See, wasn't this a good idea?
You're pretty sure everything hurts more than when you got here, but he assures you that.
That just means it's healing.
Yeah.
It means it's doing the good.
It's okay, guys.
Uh,
All my bleeding was internal, and that's where blood is supposed to be, right?
Yes, but it's also supposed to be in your veins.
What are those?
My veins are internal.
So, at the end of it, I am back up to my max, which is not 51. I'm just looking at how much I got, but my max is 39. But also, remember, you guys got 5 extra from aids.
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
5
I remember,
extra
and I
from
did not.
Yes, you did not, but I will rectify this next time. You will be.
Oh, I remember.
New member.
And so yes, I will then like ask Reardon, it's like, so how much do we owe you for?
And he says, well, and like kind of like takes off the gloves and like throws them onto a pile on a table nearby. And they like splatter with a bit of like a wet noise as their as their like blood splats on the table. And he says, for you, he says, and all you've done for me in the town, we'll call it even this time. He says, you owe me nothing.
That is mighty generous of you, Alcool says, Sansa. But one shall not look a gift horse in the mouth. And I thank you. Do you have chromatic orb as one of your spells, James?
No. I think I just put it there by mistake, but it's gone now.
I mean, if you have a diamond, you should probably have diamond.
Fine, I'll keep the diamond.
Jesus.
After all, you never know if you get a chromatic orb spell. I thank Reardon, and assuming that we are good enough to, or I look at the others. How is everyone else looking?
Health
How are you
wise,
guys-
Pretty damn beat up.
Yeah.
I'm still bloodied.
I just need to show cast my spells, so short rest possibly.
Yeah. So
I'm
it's
pretty
like,
beat up still.
I look at Reardon and it's like, Do you have a place that they can lie down to just rest for a little bit? We'll be out shortly, but
Yeah, so he like nods and says, "Yes, of course. I have some resting rooms upstairs for patients. If you needs must use them." He says, "Come,
Thank you.
I will show you. Keep the door
Yes.
locked just in case. Don't want anybody trying to get out when they should be resting."
Oh God, is he saying we gotta go rest with the sick people?
yes.
God, we are the sick people.
I
At least
mean,
some of us are.
I am immune, so I don't know what you're complaining about.
We
No.
aren't.
I'm immune, so why are you complaining?
Yeah,
Sounds
exactly.
about right.
Alexei's more or less fine. I'm gonna wait outside.
Yeah. But yeah,
I
if
have
the,
things so I can identify it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we will take a little bit break so you can identify things. And yes, I will take out the black ice runestone.
Thank you.
Man, I forgot I have this. Oh, blackjack! I forgot I had blackjack.
Blackjack was smashed by a giant.
Nah, he's just chilling in my just in my back pocket or something.
It's blackjack.
My pet mouse.
My mouse.
The mouse that everyone has.
It's my
I
mouse.
also have like a
Originally.
pair of rigged dice and a pair of magical dice.
All right, so you guys set down to take a short rest, which will not be interrupted in any such way. And so you guys can go ahead and take your short rest. And Alexei, you're going to be identifying the black ice runestone.
Yes.
All right, so
Why does it tell me you only have 3 hit dice?
at the you begin to like sort of draw the diagrams out, placing the
Oh,
stone.
holy shit!
Wow!
Get
Wow.
wrecked.
Wow! So you place the stone down and begin drawing the diagrams around it, casting your spell, looking into the magical energies that weave around it. And when you finish, you sort of awaken to the properties of it. It is a something called a bloodstone.
No,
What?
it's a bloodstone.
I die now. 3 natural ones in a row.
Oh, interesting.
A bloodstone. Okay.
Oh, that's
Sorry, Brad. The moment I saw that other natural one, I just like completely tuned out.
So, this stone essentially, it is created with the blood of a creature in the center of it, which like forms into the rune that you can see like pulsing and glowing inside. Although the rune itself like is still like you still don't really know like what it means, but it seems to be magical. What it like the rune itself is like the source of the magic. And basically, while somebody is holding this, you can basically use an action to divine the location of a creature, whatever creature is nearest to you that is related to the blood in the stone. Um, so basically, like you have this stone, it's got somebody's blood in it. You use an action, it points you in the location of their closest blood relative, or them.
Whichever's closer.
and it activated when Sir Barrick and Cyrek passed. So,
Alright. So Alexei will like take note of that and tell Alquill, of course.
So
What do you think?
just to clarify, Brad, you spelled that correctly. It's just one O.
Yeah, that's what it is.
A bloodstone.
Yes.
But yeah, Alexei will like
Blue
turn to Alquill and say, "It's like, what do you think it means?"
Well, according to Nibelung, it activated when Sir Barrick and Cyrek passed by. And the giants were looking for a Arthur Cimber. So, putting two and two together, we get Sort of like stops there, looking at Alexei.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
And continues to explain.
Says, Alquil sighs. What I'm saying is, I think that the giants are looking for Artus Simba. I think the blood inside of the stone might belong to Artus Simba, and
Oh.
it points towards to the relative, or to the man himself, or closest relative. If it activated when Sir Barrick or Cyrek and their men passed by, then it stands to.
What?
It activated when Sir Barrick and Cyrek passed it by. That is how we noticed this. Oh, he muted himself.
Must be
Rip.
talking to somebody.
Yeah, this is like it stands to reason that perhaps they are related to Artus Simba.
I see. Wow, we should go ask them. And then Alexei's
Yes.
going to immediately start ritual casting Find Familiar after I do this.
Alright, so you take another 11 minutes or whatever to conjure forth a familiar.
Ooh, Find Familiar takes an hour. so
Oh,
it's
it
gonna
takes
take
an hour.
10 minutes.
Nice.
Yes.
Hour and 10 minutes.
Right. So
Conjure
while that is
forth- she
happening,
pulls
are we
out this brass brazier and begins casting this strange spell.
I'm just like, what are you doing?
I'm casting a spell to find myself, to summon my familiar. I call him Hawky. He's a hawk.
Alquil just like
Just hear
blinks.
crickets.
Like so, and it looks over at this brazier and it's just like, and this brazier will help. How?
Because you need to burn the components to summon the hawk.
I mean, you could also find one in the pet store. I mean, at the hawkers.
Pet store.
Yeah, but that's not
Just go get a hawk from the pet store.
Yeah, she says, that's not hockey. That's a hawk.
It's just like,
Hawk
um,
with a magical.
Local rookery.
yes, it's like, right. I'll leave you to that then. Baldora was left me with a message earlier. He says, to go and meet with her in the old Harper hideout, provided it's still standing. I was figuring I'd look. I would talk to her over there. Is this going to take long? I guess it was the brazier thing.
An hour and 8 minutes.
All right,
Spent
I'll come
2
back.
minutes
I'll
talking.
all right, I'll come back to you after this then. and,
Look
I,
at his cat bar, you know.
and I'll get up and I will move to find Nibelung and Lucas.
Just outside the apothecary's place, I've just got this brazier. Just give me a bit of time, guys.
All right, so Alquil is going to meet up with Beldora. Is anybody else going to go with him? Or is everybody just kind of
Yeah.
chilling?
Get a long
To
rest.
find me and Lucas.
Yeah, I was going to find you and Lucas.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, they're in the room.
Oh, they were in the same room. I thought
They're
they were in
there.
different rooms.
we're all living in the same room.
I didn't realize we were all in the same room. I thought they stayed outside of the sick room.
All right, my bad. I thought we were in different rooms as well. So it's just like I turn around to Alexei and to Lucas and Nibelung, and I say just like, well, it's just like I'm not sure if you heard me, but Baldora wanted to meet up in the old Harper hideout. Does any one of you want to come, or do you want to stay here?
Beldora's a Harper? Because I'm assuming I did not know that at all.
That we've been to the hideout. I'm pretty sure I've explained that this was the Harper hideout before.
There was also during the fight how she called on the Harpers to
I didn't know they were Harpers. Did they jump out of the building saying, "We're Harpers"?
No.
Harper's attack!
Yeah, it was like this like weird musical number as they like entered and like the Harpers are here to save the day.
I was just like the. I mean, I look at Lucas. It's like, what do you think the old hideout we were in were?
I don't remember what hideout we're talking about. Like out of character.
Oh, it's the one that we used to stay in Bridgetown. The one that's like behind this like abandoned building. There's like a back door that leads in, and there's like a
I
room.
don't know
That's
if
where
I was ever there as Lucas.
that was where we
I
originally
think
met
you were.
Baldora.
I know I was there with Cecil,
Yeah, you were a Cecil.
but I don't remember ever being there with Lucas.
So Lucas has no idea. Okay, fair enough.
That's just like so. It's like, right, you were perhaps never there. It's just like,
Like 9
like
years. It all
it's,
blurs
it's been
together.
it's been a while. I might be mixing you up with the other half elf.
Oh, you mean the handless dude?
Racist.
It's just like yes, Cecil.
He's
And
a
it's just
legend.
I just shake my head at him. Not all half elves are the same, you know.
it's just like that's not what I meant. It's just in 9 years the memories have started to muddle a little bit. He says. But yes, there's an old hideout where I'm gonna meet Beldora. Do you want to come or not?
I'll come. I'd rather go there than watch her look into a fire.
I'll stay with Alexei then. Alexei.
Very well. Let's go. Let's go then, Nebulon. If that's how, is that how you pronounce the name? How will you pronounce the name, Mike?
Nibelung. Or
Nibelung.
Nibby.
Or Nibby? Yeah. Let's go then. And me
Skip a
and
little, man.
Skip after him.
All right.
Okay.
Off see the wizard.
You all head off. Alquil leading the way down to the old Harper hideout. And yeah, it takes you some time, but you eventually like remember where the hell it was and how to get there. Down this sort of back alleyway on the back facing of a abandoned building. You like search around like where the hell was that damn button again, and kind of like
Yeah.
rummage around and eventually like find it, and the door clicks in and slides open into the back of the shop, and you hear like a number of like plates kind of like drop to the ground, and like clatter. And as you like step in, you see like Beldora there, like rummaging through cabinets with like half of a loaf of bread like shoved in her mouth, which like falls to the ground as she turns. Um, like she begins speaking, but like her she's like got food in her mouth, and she like quickly like spits it out, and she says, "Oh, I wasn't expecting you so soon." Says, "Please, come in, and close the door behind you, would you?"
Of course, I say, and just like a timetable got moved up a bit. I got a mission from the sheriff.
I see. If you don't mind me asking, what is it he wants you to do?
Track the giants, figure out where they came from, kill them if possible.
Says, I see. Interesting.
Peek out from behind Alquil. Hello.
Says, oh, hello. I don't think we've met before. Or at least not properly, not in the heat of battle. And she sort of like gives this like curtsy. She says, my name is Beldora. I've the look of a pauper amongst me, but I assure you that my looks belie my true purpose here. She says, I won't go into too much details, but says I'm a member of a certain organization.
I'm Nibby. Pleasure.
She sort of says, she like reaches out a hand to like shake yours, and she says, it is truly a pleasure. And she like turns back to you, Alquil, and she says, but regardless, I have called you here for a reason. She says, this attack on the city, I will admit I was not entirely unaware of it well, that it was going to occur. Says there were other members of our group that were keeping me apprised of the situation, had noticed the strange movements, um, although we did not expect them to come when they did.
Understandable, else you'd probably warned the city beforehand, I imagine.
She says, you mentioned that the sheriff asked you to find where they came from.
Yes.
Says, well, for I don't know if they're still there or if they left anything, but for a time, um, my associates tell me that they were encamped in an old dwarven ruin on the side of the cairn.
Of course they were. As that would explain the black eyes, possibly.
He says,
Possibly.
I could send them to see if there's anything still around, but from what I understand, their group had left. At that point in time, there was she sort of like thinks like I think like 12 or 15 of them in total, a large group.
I see. Says the ones the sheriff wants us to track down is just a pair that went eastwards. Though before they went to East Haven, they seem to have split a little bit. They encountered a trader along the route, so the sheriff wants it dealt with as quickly as possible.
She sort of like
Has them both like perished in this fight? How many giants?
Well, we killed 4 along our way. I don't know if there's been any other who were killed elsewhere. Look at Eldora.
I know that the militia were sent out to deal with those giants raining boulders upon the town. I don't know how many of them they managed to deal with, but he says I'm sure it is most of them at any rate. I'm sure they would have known if more than 2 had slipped the army. They aren't exactly hard to spot.
No, that is definitely true. Says. I was just like, does the name Arthur Simber mean anything to you?
She says she like thinks for a moment and she says and she like looks at you and there's kind of like a different like look in her eye, a little bit like more serious, and she says, "Where did you hear that name?"
The Giants. Says. When we arrived at the gate earlier this morning, they were shouting that name at the sheriff and at the speaker. They were saying, "Where is Arthur Simber? Bring him out." And then the sheriff opened fire on them because the sheriff didn't understand them. And the rest, well, you know the rest.
She says,
Where's Artist Simber? I don't know who you're talking about. Shoot him.
says, is that why they were here? But it couldn't be. Nobody's seen him, and so she says, I said, there's no way he could be here.
We found an item of the Giants. Alexei identified it. It appeared to be a bloodstone, and from what she was able to tell me, it's made of black ice, but it also has blood inside of it, and is magically enhanced to work as a compass of sort, pointing towards the owner of the blood or nearest blood relative.
Divination magic. Says, that would explain why it brought them here. Says, I'll be honest. Artis, he's a bit before my time. He is a harper, much like myself, or was. He went missing more than a century ago.
A century? Says he's an elf?
No, just a man with a very powerful and very dangerous magic item.
I see. Says, well, in that case, he's probably dead. So,
Said,
ah,
I've only heard the rumors, but um, and she sort of like starts talking more quietly, even though you're in this like safe hideout.
Yeah.
Says, I said he was in possession of something known as the Ring of Winter. Says,
dun dun dun. Do I know about this, or do I have to roll something to know about this?
you can roll a history check.
Yep, I'm gonna roll that history. Please, 13.
Never doesn't ring a
Base
bell.
13.
Doesn't ring a bell. She says, I'll be honest, I've only heard the stories myself. Like I said, he was gone long before I was even born. But allegedly, among the ring's powers is the ability to freeze time for its wielder, such that they do not suffer the ill effects of aging.
And like, copyright territory. What?
Rings of power.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, Rings of Power is is a general. It's a very general Final Fantasy stick. I mean, fantasy stick, not Final Fantasy stick specifically, but fantasy stick in general. But yeah, Alcool would nod at this. So in other words, he could potentially still be alive.
She like nods. I think most of the upper echelons still believe him to be, although they have long since given up looking. For whatever reason, be it magic of the man himself or perhaps the ring, um, any attempts to locate him through magic or otherwise fail completely.
So, right. But why would the Bloodstone bring the giants here then?
Said, this bloodstone, you say it leads to the blood of those related?
According to Alexius.
She says, then, well, I highly doubt Artisimber is here. I feel like he would have been found by now if he was. This
Did
Yeah, it's
react to one or more persons.
said perhaps a
Ah.
relative of his.
Yes,
Humans again.
that's what I thought as well. And oh yeah, I looked towards Nibelung and I was like, Nibelung was the one who saw this bloodstone in action. He noticed a glow from the giant's pouch as Sir Barrick, Nyleth, and Cyrek of Susrael and the other knights of the Order of the Gauntlets passed it by. Says,
Thinks for a moment. She like thinks for a moment. Says, is that so? I highly doubt it was Sir Barrick. His family line is prominent and well tracked. But one of the others, perhaps.
perhaps I was going to ask them about it afterwards. I was just Alexei is a bit busy right now. She's summoning a hawk, apparently.
Hockey, hockey.
Conjuring forth familiar, no doubt, as wizards are wont to do. Says, well, Alquill, this is certainly interesting news that you've brought to me. I will pass this information along, and perhaps we can look more into what these giants are up to. But you should know that it is not just here that suffers. Um, Says,
What do you mean?
my associates across all of Faerun have reported similar such attacks. Not always by frost giants, mind you. It seems all manner of giants are loose, staging attacks. And, like the world itself has gone into chaos, Alquill. and nobody knows how or why.
The whole world, huh? Says Alquil sort of like whistles a bit. It's like, well, that seems a little bit above me. Says, for now, I'm just going to be dealing with these frost giants. Marauding 10 towns. Says, but if there's any way I can help in the grander scheme of things, feel free to ask upon me.
Um, she says, she like nods and says, I understand. Dealing with the problem in front of you is better than chasing off after one somewhere on the other side of a mountain. You have no idea what's even beyond. She says, you mentioned some interest in the gear that I had, and she like gestures over to the this like pile of basically like the gear like piled onto a table, and she says, this was made by another associate of mine, a rather inquisitive gnome fellow. So should you ever quit the Dales and make your way south, there's a small town along the Ten Trail, known as Hundlestone. He takes up residence there. Devout follower of Gandhi he is, always tinkering and inventing. He says, should you wish, I could perhaps send word and convince him to part with one of his creations. He has been at work for our organization creating tools to help assuage the threat of the giants. Um,
I see.
giant slaying implements, if you would. Um,
I see. And this harness is one of those.
she just like
Yep, so-
nods. She says, "Yes, stabbing at a giant's heavily calloused feet is not very effective. So he thought perhaps there might be some way to launch yourself onto them to attack weaker points, and that is where this sprung from. He has created many such things, um, all of which would be incredibly useful for a group of people who are wading into battle against such things."
Is this the Attack on Titan harness thing?
I mean, it's uh,
Yes.
at least 10% distinct, so no.
I can't remember what it was used for in the battle.
It's legally distinct from the.
Yeah, I mean, it has like obviously climbing gear because like it has like the boots and such. But
Yeah, it sort of looks like it looks like they took a grappling hook, a crossbow, some like thin like silken rope, and like a climbing harness, and basically like MacGyvered it together into like one like thing.
MacGyver.
So it's you shoot it, attach yourself to the giant, and you climb with a grappling hook, and you start climbing. From the sounds of it, and
Yeah.
Alquil. So yes, it's similar in concept, but perhaps not as like high tech or cool as the Attack on Titan thing. It's not gonna Spider-Man you onto the giants from the sounds of things.
That could be very useful for our endeavor.
Yes.
The
It
likes
could
of you, at least.
Yes, so it's like my previous attempt to stay on the Giants. I mean, I was able to stand on it for some time, but then it fell, and then I was back to square one.
Indeed.
Sort of like nods and says, "Yes, giants are not wont to let people crawl around on them." Says, but if you had such things, you could grip tighter and secure yourself to them. Certainly be helpful. Like I said, if you're ever leaving the Dales, stop by Hundlestone, um, a small shop on the outskirts. There's a gnome. His name is Thwip Ironbottom.
Can you spell that?
Yes. Thwip.
Yes,
Thwip.
Is his
Ironbottom.
butt iron?
Iron Bot. Gnome inventor, because of course it's a gnome.
Of course it is for.
Says,
Yes.
just let me know before you leave if you intend to see him. I'll send word, and I'll see what I can do about getting him to relinquish one of his prized inventions.
Yes, of course. Assuming we're gonna end up leaving the Dales, he says. Currently, the tracks are leading eastwards, so we'll see. We'll see where that takes us.
Sort of nods. Says, best of luck to you.
Thank you, and best of luck to you and your associates as well.
She says, she like nods and says, thanks. We fight ever to protect people where we can, as best we can.
Of course. And then I will turn towards the door, but I look also towards Nibelung. It's just like, do you like? Yeah. Do you have any more business?
No.
Says, all right, then we'll be seeing you, Bildor. I hope stay alive. I'll open the door and leave.
Yeah, she nods and waves and like picks up one of the chunks of bread that she like threw down and like starts cramming it in her face as you leave the door. And yeah, so you exit. The door slides closed behind you, becoming flush once again with the alleyway behind the building. And let us go ahead and take a short little break here before we continue.
Right.
Sweet.
Right.
We will be right back.
Be right.
And we have returned. The Crystal Crusaders are back, and we are picking up where we left off before the break. Our group of adventurers, including Alquil, Lucas, and Nibelung, have exited from the Harper hideout and back onto the streets. And I assume are going back to meet up with Alexei, who is in the midst of her ritual conjuration of a hawk named Hawky.
Guess well, was already with Alexei. It was just me and.
Oh, Lucas didn't go along. I thought Lucas did go along.
Nah, fuck that.
Never mind that. So, we just flash back to everything's done. The short rest is done. You've cast your spell. Everything that you need to do is done. So, what do you want to do when all the things that you want to do are done?
Go kill giants.
Just looking at more any other ritual spells I may have. Nah, it's fine.
damn wizards and their fucking ritual spells.
Yeah, the next thing only is that we have to see Sir Barrick and Tarek. Talk to them before we leave.
Or who?
Sir Barrick and Sarek.
Must we?
Well, we gotta figure out if they're related to a certain someone.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's like the main one.
How are you gonna do that?
Ask them, are you related to
By
this person?
using the bloodstone.
Did anybody attune to it?
Shut
Oh,
up.
yeah.
Oh well, okay. I guess I'm gonna. Let me just quickly check that I don't have any other magical items on me that requires attunement. Do. Doesn't look that way. All right, yeah, sure. I'll attune to it. Why the fuck not?
All right, so you spend the time to attune to this Bloodstone, and
How
as
long
you,
does that take?
it takes an hour to attune, and
I'll ritual cast comprehend languages. Why not?
at the end of which you feel this connection. There's this sort of like dark, lingering presence kind of in the back of your mind. And you could feel like almost as you're clutching the stone and it's like red light is pulsing. It's like now it's pulsing in beat with your own heartbeat. Sort of glowing brightly every single time your heart beats, and you become like distinctly aware of like the flow of blood through your body. And you sort of finish this attunement, and you are fully aware of basically its ability that at any time you can use an action, and it will just point you in the location of the nearest creature who is blood related to the blood inside this stone.
With comprehend languages, do I know what the rune says?
Comprehend languages. Do you know what the rune says? Hmm.
Touch it with my finger.
Use an action to point
You-
it towards.
You know that it means like it's a rune that basically means blood. Um, it's not uh, it's not like a letter in an alphabet. It is like a symbol that means something.
So it's just a hieroglyph.
Essentially, yes.
Okay,
Um,
it means blood.
and like looking at this, like the magic of it and the rune and stuff, you get the feeling like this is a sort of like magic that you're not used to. Um, like you're starting to like posit theories that essentially like this like rune itself like is the magic and grants magic just by being here, just by like existing in this particular like fashion, um, is magical. Just its existence.
Interesting.
It's a very strange and foreign type of magic.
Sounds like it, yeah. Just writing this down.
All right.
Alright, cool.
All right.
Let's track down these relatives.
I spend an action.
Okay, so you spend an action focusing through the bloodstone, and you like matching your heartbeat to the pulsing, and you feel it pulling towards the northeast from your current location, about 3,000 feet.
Oh, that is. All right. I have. Ooh, GPS.
What? Wait, do we know whose blood we have in the stone?
No.
You're only assuming that it's Arctis Ember.
So we're
Yeah.
gonna go to. It's just like Alquil like turns towards the direction and it's just like shudders a little bit. It's like, well, it's not the best feeling, but I can definitely feel the person in that direction. Seems to be about 3,000 feet.
Oh.
Okay. How does it feel? Do you feel different?
It's just like, and I sort of like, well, it says, I can hear my blood pumping in my veins.
So yeah. Okay.
Let's just go.
Alright.
All right, so you focus on the magical GPS and let it guide you.
Yeah.
And it leads you towards like the east at first. Like it's quite a ways east. You get to like the gates outside of town, and it's still like pulling you past the gates. um,
Oh shit. Pulling past the gate. That's
Mhm.
interesting. So this is like outside of town. So I spent an action. How far away would they approximately be now?
right now, it would be about 2,000 feet away.
Oh.
So yeah, okay. So we're in the middle of town right now, or are we out by the gates?
We're at the
Yeah,
gates now.
you greeted up at Reardon's, which is kind of like in the middle of town, and then you get to the ruin pulls you to the gates, so like
Yeah.
1,000 feet, and it's like another 2,000 feet beyond that.
Right, it's 2,000 feet in that direction. Point past the gates. So it's like, does it feel like the presence is moving, or
No, it seems to be stationary.
all right? It's just like, all right. Perhaps we shall look into that afterwards.
Didn't we get like a couple of those bloodstones? Weren't there more than one?
There
So
was
only one.
Yeah, there was only one stone. The other things were like these decorative statuettes, basically.
Okay.
So
Right.
it's just,
So for now, should we? Maybe we could at least move towards where the giants were last seen.
yes, unless we want to speak with Sabaric or Sarek for any reason, seeing as it did activate in their presence.
Did we deduce that that is actually what happens? That it activates in the presence of the blood relative or blood?
Does this thing just kind of glow naturally?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it has nothing to do with them.
It glows kind of like naturally, but it definitely like when Alkyl activated it, the glow intensified. And almost seemed to like shift itself in the direction.
Yeah, and when Nibbling was looking at it earlier, it just like it glowed for a bit and then stopped glowing as they passed by.
Mm.
So assuming that was a bit unnatural for it to do.
Sure.
This
Yeah,
whole
I
thing
suppose
is
we can.
unnatural.
We can go.
Yeah, I would like to talk to them, see if they know anything about Artus Simber or any of the like. So I think that will be the last thing that we have to do before leaving. Unless anyone else has any idea of anything else they want to do.
No.
All right.
I have hockey now. Caw.
Yes, you're a
Let's
bird.
say just has a hawk.
Where did that come from?
After the fire.
This is an Icewind Dale hawk. It's special.
Caw. Hopefully he doesn't eat blackjack.
So,
No, don't worry. Blackjack has monk levels.
where do you want to go from here then? So you're at the gate. You
Right.
feel the pull beyond the gate, but obviously you don't want to be going too far beyond the gates right now.
Yes. So
We're not
we
going
should-
for the pull. We're going for what's people name?
Yes,
Bring it.
Sir Barrick and Sirek. Let's see if we can find them. Where would they normally be? They didn't really say, did they?
They members of the militia, like the guard, or
Might no, they're the Order of the Gauntlets. They're
So,
like a
so Thor as a player is clearly forgot, but Alquil as a person would not. That Sir Barrick told you if you wanted to find him, he would be at Geldenstag's Rest.
yes, of course. Sorry, I'm actually rubbing my eyes a little bit right now.
Which is actually right
Stop
there.
rubbing your eyes.
Yes, that is true. So yes, let's go to that to the Stag's Rest.
You head
No,
over.
just time.
he
Old-
offered to help and stuff, right?
What is that?
If he offered to help, like if we ever need his help, I'll
Yes,
be
yes, he
blah,
did.
blah,
He
there.
did. He did offer. That's why he said it was there.
All right, so you make your way over to Geldenstag's Rest. It does not take long, and it's pretty close by to the
Yes.
eastern gate. And you find yourself outside of this sort of old-looking building with this like golden stag crest over the door, and make your way inside, and you can see the sort of aged woman, gray-haired, sort of behind the counter, and she says, who visits me upon this day? Says, "Oh, come in, come in. Can I help you with something? Would you like a room?"
It's just thank you, but no thanks. I'm looking for Sabarik Nylev.
Oh, looking for Sir Barrick, are you? Why is that? If you don't mind me asking, do you have business with him?
Yes, I need to speak. Need to speak with him about something that occurred this morning over by the gates, on the southwestern gates.
Something that occurred at the southwestern gate. Could it be anything to do with that attack the town suffered earlier?
No,
Yes.
Let's not be ridiculous here.
He said, and you wish to speak with Sir Barrick about it. Curious. I wonder why. What business are you up to?
This
God.
is, that is like between me and Sabarik. If he's here, could you tell him that Alquil Redman is here to speak with him?
Said, "Oh, of course, dearie. I'll go fetch him for you." She sort of like walks off,
Much obliged.
leaving you alone in this sort of like little common room. And yeah, so she takes a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and eventually you hear the like pounding of like booted feet on stairs. And you can see sort of coming down from the stairs into the common room, Sir Barrick, and followed by Myrtle. And he says, and yeah, he emerges from the stairs and like sees you and kind of like waves, and he says, "The old lady said you wished to see me." Said,
Says, that is correct. Says, well met again, Sabarik. I hope you're doing well still.
He sort of like bows his head and says, "Well, it's only been an hour or so, so I'm much the same as when I was before."
Says, excellent. Says, I was wondering if you knew anything about the name Arthur Simba.
Arthur Simber? No, can't say I do. Sounds like the name of an evil doer.
What?
Insight. Insight.
Sure, roll an
Sure.
insight check. Yeah, I mean,
Alcuda's just like,
it's
what?
like straight faced. He says,
Yeah.
well, you know, artists. There's a lot of consonants in that name.
I I mean, not more than. Anyway, so, it's just like I was wondering only because the giants were mentioning him before they attacked, and the giants were also I sort of like look around, making sure that like no one is listening in, and I lean in closer to like whisper.
The old lady
The
is
pair-
totally there, like uncomfortably close.
Yes, so it's like I tried like nudge like Sir Barrick a little bit away from the old lady as I like lean in to like whisper. It's just like
Ooh, whispering. What could they be whispering about? Ooh,
Yes.
secrets.
Gets tidal away on her.
What? So I say says like it also they were in possession of a stone which contains it's a magical artifact containing blood. It allows it points, it works as a compass pointing towards the person who owns the blood or a relative of theirs, whichever is closer. Yes.
You say that he says, by the dead gods, such an evil artifact.
It's just like so like calm down. It's just like
No, it'd be a shame if someone were to actually use this artifact, wouldn't it?
I shoot Lucas a look.
So this artist Simber, an associate of these giants, perhaps.
It didn't really sound like an associate. They were shouting that they were shouting quite angrily, asking the sheriff and Duvessa where Arthur Simber was and to bring him out. They seemed to be like convinced that he was in town. Now, the reason I bring this up to you, and I again lean closer a little bit.
You are now
away
like,
from the old lady.
uncomfortably close to like, it's just like, any closer and your faces are going to be touching.
When he shouted, I imagine I stepped back a little bit because he started shouting in my face. So that's what I mean. Like I'm
He
getting
only
back.
has one volume.
Yes. Shouting in my face. I step a little bit back, with closer. Kind of just like it. The stone started glowing when you, Sir Cyrek, and the others in the gauntlet passed by, and I stepped back in, awaiting the shouting.
Ready for screaming?
Yes.
I said, you don't say. That vile artifact started glowing in the presence of one of my gauntlets. He says,
I nod.
I sense evil afoot. He said, and you wish, I assume, to speak with them, then?
Yes, very much so.
And he says, I see. Well, the other members of the gauntlet are presently out and about town, fixing things up. He says,
About, say, 2,000 feet eastwards.
He says, oh, heavens, no. What could they be doing out there on the road? Nothing out there but forests and snow. No, I've sent them about town to ply their trades that they used to have. Many of the members were carpenters at one point in time, or stonemasons, fed up with their lot in life and looking to make a difference. He says, well, since they failed to make a difference in battle, I thought perhaps they could make a difference with what they used to do. Maybe that'll teach them a lesson.
What a charming man.
Ouch.
So you just put them back to their old professions.
Well, for the time being. Perhaps maybe
Man of
it'll...
wisdom, Sir Barrett.
I said, perhaps maybe it will cause them to see that it's not only in the fierce battle that a man can lend his aid and prove his bravery.
That is
You are truly a man of wisdom,
I've
sir.
just got this mental image of this like gauntlet guy just like cutting some stones. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's like I left my home to like join up the knights, like be chivalrous, and he was fit to manual labor, like disillusionment. But I mean, it's a very
And
nice like building up. I was like, wow, Quill nonsense. It's like, yes, as Lucas says, you a very wise decision. And so Cyrac, do you know where he might be? Is he out
Said, he and
about as well?
I parted ways not too long ago. I believe he mentioned he said he was going to go visit a shrine somewhere. Um, said
Somewhere.
yes.
Where?
So he did not say exactly where he was going, but mentioned something about his mother. Um,
All right. Do you know his mother?
no, I can't say I do. From what I understand, she passed unfortunately some time ago.
I see. I see.
So the trip here from Cormyr was hard on the two.
Oh, he's from Cormyr. That's pretty far south, I think.
Yes, from what I understand, they sought a new lot in life, sought to get as far away from their old life as possible. I know not why, but can't fault the lad. He is an honest and dutiful son of Torm.
Yes, yes, yes. I mean, that's just generally how people end up here in the 10 towns. Yes. Well, if that is the case, then perhaps I shall see if I can find these, find your men if they're still helping about town, or Cyrac. Says, if in any case, worst comes to worst, I'll just visit you again when I return to the Bryn Shander.
Nuts. He says, indeed. And if you're ever traveling around, perhaps you could do a favor for me.
Depends on the favor, but I can
Says,
certainly try.
says, I've come here to this place once again, looking for somebody. Says, and he pulls out what appears to be this like sheet of paper, like a flyer of some sort. And you can see basically it says like wanted, dead or alive. And it has this picture of this dwarven man with like this thick beard and this like mad glint in his eyes. And he says, a criminal escaped recently from Mirabar, named the Weevil. I've come here searching for him and have been unfortunately unable to find him. Should you see a man matching this description, I would appreciate it if you passed along the news. I said, I myself am going to quit town soon. I have searched high and low here, and no sight to be seen.
Well, if it's a dwarf you want, you should check out the Dwarven Valley. Says
And he says,
most dwarves that comes to the 10 towns make it there sooner or later.
and he sort of like kind of like snaps his fingers, and he says, a brilliant idea. Hide a tree amongst the forest.
Exactly. Does. And it says, but yes, I will certainly keep an eye out. And what did you say his name was again?
I said, he is known as the Weevil.
The Vivo.
Does he have any other names he goes by?
Let's see here. He says, we do not know his true name.
Weevil.
Vivo. What the fuck does that even mean?
What are his
It's like an
crimes?
insect. I said, he is wanted for thievery and murder, amongst many things.
Who did he kill?
And he says, doesn't matter. He killed a man, and such a thing cannot be looked down upon.
Was it maybe in self-defense or?
He says, oh, heavens no. The authorities of Mirabar would never place a bounty upon an innocent man. The fact that he quit the city and fled is in itself a declaration of guilt.
I love this guy.
Recruit him.
Yeah, let's recruit this lawful good guy.
Oh God, Boba Fett! I forgot about that. Fucker.
Evil. So what does that mean?
It's an insect. It's like a
Ah,
type of insect.
Yeah.
right. So
Like Weevil Underwood.
yes.
My
So-
Zodiac cards.
Oh my
What?
god, I forgot about Weevil Underwood.
Fucking
was
36 Zodiac cards off the fucking boat.
I have no clue what that.
It's
Yeah.
fucking Yu-Gi-Oh!
Ah, okay, I see. So yes, all right then. I say like yes, we'll keep an eye out for him and pass along any information should we encounter him. And I say, well, that was all I wanted to speak to you about, Sir Barrack.
He sort of nods. He says, one more thing before you go. He says, I have spent quite some time up here in the Dales, and I know not what you lot plan to get into after whatever business you have with this artist Simber, but should you ever find yourself traveling to the south, I would appreciate it if you could perhaps pass along word of what I am doing here in the Dales to my compatriots in the Gauntlet. Best to keep them apprised of what I am up to.
I sort of turn towards my companions. I look to my companions. I look to Sir Barrack. It's like, well, I'm not one to want to leave the Dales, but I gesture towards the others. Just like I suppose this request would go more out towards them.
And sort of like nods and like turns to the others and says, should you ever find yourself in Neverwinter, I said, I would like for you to track down a good friend of mine, a fellow man of Tyr. Said he goes by the name Laniver Strail.
Trial.
God damn it.
Okay. We can definitely keep an eye out.
Said, Sir Laniver is a just and devout follower of Tyr, much like myself. Should not be too hard to find.
I see. The silence.
Silence.
He's addressing you,
Avoiding,
Fleet, by the way.
avoiding eye contact and taking dirt.
Alex, I responded to him. I don't know what more you want.
Yeah, as she said, like, we'd keep an eye out.
Says, I appreciate it. Says, right, well, I had best be back to what I was doing. I said, in the meantime,
Yes.
best of luck to you. I will
Thank
be
you.
here if you have need of me.
Yes, so it's like, we might be out for a few days. Yes. Well, Tyr's blessing be with you, Sir Barrack.
Sort of,
There's my pizza. Be right back.
uh-oh, it's the pizza. All right, so now that you guys have finished, presumably speaking with Sir Barrack, what is it that you plan to do next? Now that your glorious leader is no longer here.
All right, we make our
We are-
way out of the Tin Towns, going south as fast as we can.
The stone reacted to it was out of town anyway, so
I think we were
I
going to
guess
go,
we're going for a giant hunt.
yeah, we're going to track giants. So I think we were going out of what, the North Gate? Was where our sleds were?
Yeah, that's where they
yeah,
said they would
yeah,
be
yeah.
waiting.
So I guess we'll make our way to the North Gate.
All right.
And then once we're there, we'll acquire our things. And then we'll leave it to our resident attractor, Nibby, to lead us to glory.
All right, so you guys make your way over towards the northern gate of town. It takes you about 15 minutes to get over there through the crowds of people that have now filled the streets. And
Our giant
Bless
car-
you.
the giant carcass is just being cut to bits.
I mean, you're nowhere near them, but presumably they didn't just leave them in the in the streets.
Gonna have
Made
giant.
they made houses out of them.
Yeah, they're gonna have giant meat for the rest of winter.
Hmm. Yeah, so you guys arrive at the gates and find some guards who after a quick exchange point you towards a couple of these like rudimentary sleds that have been prepared for you. They are essentially just like this frame with like wooden sheets sort of between them, and there's like ropes kind of like tied that you can like pull them along with. They have like these like skis essentially on the bottom of them to glide across the snow.
All right. So it's hand drawn. We don't have horses or anything.
You have a horse.
A
We
horse.
have no horses.
Well-
no.
Well, but they didn't supply us with any.
They didn't
No.
supply us with any horses. No.
Horses are pretty rare up here, so
So I guess we'll hitch sleds to Bella and get going.
I mean, you can't put both of them on her.
Huh.
You put one.
And then attach the other one to the other one.
it's true.
I guess.
Fine. I'll transform into
Create
fucking
a
horse.
sled
then.
trade.
Can I ride with Lucas?
What do you mean? I'm riding Bella.
I'm back.
Actually,
Well,
no,
two
I'm
people
not.
Can go on a horse, can't they?
Welcome back, Thor.
Well, Bella's already pulling 2 sleds, apparently.
All right, okay. How
Well-
much is a horse, Brad?
While you were gone, Thor, they made their way to the north gate to fetch the sleds. That's what they're doing now, is arguing about who drags the sleds.
Bella is, and nobody's riding her, so she can actually do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no arguing. Bella's dragging both the sleds, apparently. And no one's riding her. So we
Sounds
can
good.
move a little bit faster.
What were you saying, James?
How much is a horse?
Up here, like normally a horse is like I think like 50 gold or something like that.
It's hard to find horses in Icewind
But
Dale.
in the Dales, like if you could find somebody willing to sell their horse, I mean, it would be a lot. They are
We have-
rare. They are rare and valuable.
Yes, we had this discussion last time.
Because we tried desperately to find a horse.
How much is a rideable bear?
Priceless.
There's not a whole lot of like animals used for that kind. Well, as far as I remember, at least, there was not a whole lot of like animals used for that sort of thing in the Dales.
Guess
Used for food.
still need to walk.
The only thing you really saw was like oxen or yak that were like brought in by like trader caravans, which obviously are not for sale. They're using them.
Exactly.
But yes, Bella is perfectly capable of dragging both unladen sleds behind her.
They have 2 giant heads on them, though. It might be another story.
I'll drag one of them then. When that happens. Yes, we have the sleds.
I
Let
have
us
sleds.
go. Let us go and seek out whoever. Let's be honest, it's going to be Sarak. But let's seek out whoever the bloodstone points to.
Oh,
Spell
we're
action.
doing that first over the giants?
The giant is going to lead us someplace far, far away. This is just 2,000 feet. Supposing that he's only 2,000 feet still. If he's starting to go further away, we might go after the giants.
Well, I mean, you
Well,
went
supposing
further
that
away.
he
so
is the
he's further
person-
away.
Of which the blood is pointing to.
Oh yeah, the east way is also the way that's pointing to. That's true.
Yeah. so
What
he's
did
now,
you
like,
say?
Oh God,
Go on, Brian.
hypotenuses. I said, oh God, hypotenuses. He's more than you were when you were at the East Gate because you went further away from the East.
Yeah.
Then.
Yes. But like calculating that into the equation, he doesn't seem like he's moved further away, right?
I don't know. Is Alquil good at algebra?
I have an intelligence of +1.
I mean, like
It's probably
if he
not
has
equivalent to algebra.
if he has moved, it's probably not much.
You think?
I've been rolling shit today.
Yeah. So if you want to, you can quite easily follow after the like pulling of the bloodstone.
At least that was my idea. Like we go there first and then afterwards. Direct jump.
Either or.
Well, we're assuming that this person is the which the stone is pointing towards. How can we be certain?
We're not. But we just want to see
Exactly.
who they were trying to find, or who it was they thought they were trying to find.
Yes, and hopefully that will give us some insight and information about them.
Fair enough.
All right. Tally ho! Forward after that guy.
Okay.
Man.
Crystal Crusaders, leave Brunshanda.
So you begin to make your way to the east, passing through the eastern gate, and then down the east way, and following after the direction that this stone is pulling you. Takes maybe like 10, 15 minutes before you arrive at basically like this copse of trees, pine trees that is growing. And Elko, you can kind of like feel the shifting of the stone pulling you into like the trees. And following after it, you eventually come to this area that appears to be, it's like fenced off with like a wrought iron gate, and appears to be a graveyard of some sort. Here amongst the trees. And it's like empty. There's a lot of like plain, simple like stone and wood headstones. And it's empty except for one man who is sort of kneeled down in front of a simple like stone grave, seemingly like deep in thought or prayer.
And it is
It is Sirik.
It's Sarah. Yep. So it says,
Check this out.
I cough a little bit and it says like, well met, Sarek. It says, I hope we are not disturbing.
What? And you like startle him, and he like quickly like stumbles backwards, nearly like knocking his head into the headstone behind him, before he pulls himself up and like brushes himself off, and turns and like sees you, and he says, "Oh, Alquil," he says, "I was not expecting company out here." And said,
This,
"I wasn't aware that I had told anyone I was coming out here."
this, my apologies for startling. It says, and no, you didn't really tell anyone where you were going. You just said you vaguely that you were going to visit your mother, and according to and a shrine. And Sir Barrick said that your mother was dead. So
Sort of somberly nods and says, yes, I do recall mentioning such. He says, what business, pray tell, do you have with a simple priest such as me?
I apologize for disturbing you in this manner. But the reason I sought you out is to ask you a few questions. It says, me and my friends are going to be hunting the giants. We're going to track them and find where they came from. But prior to the battle at the at the southwestern gate this morning, the giants were shouting out that they were looking for a man called Arthur Simba. and they claim that the Prince Shander was hiding him. Does the name Arthur Simba mean anything to you, Sir Cyrac?
Make an insight check.
I will make an
I
insight.
do that too, or assist him maybe. Just an
No, it's
insight
like an
check.
individual thing. Yeah, you can't really assist on insight.
I do on my own.
Yeah, sure.
Ah, yes.
Um,
Fucking more wisdom people, thank God.
so yeah, you mentioned like Artisimber, and Nibby and Alquil both kind of like see him kind of he like bites his lower lip a bit, before he like shakes his head and says, no, I'm not familiar with that name. I've never met somebody. Um,
Says, I couldn't help but notice that you, bit your lip just before saying that. Says, yeah. It seemed like you had a slight recognition of the name. Says, please, Cyrek. I'm not the man to spread anyone's secrets. Says, but if you know anything about why the giants, about this man that brought the giants to us, it would be most helpful to know. I say.
he sort of like sits there in silence for a bit, hands folded over, and he says, Artis Simba. It's a name I've not heard in a long time. Not since I was a boy. Says, my mother spoke of him often. Back home in Cormier. She spoke with such enthusiasm, such joy, even though he was the man who abandoned us.
Father?
I was going to ask, yes, was he your father?
So I'm led to believe. Never met him.
I see. That would explain it then. Sus.
Explain what?
The giant had a stone, says, and I pull up the bloodstone I have as well. It is a magical stone. Alexei identified it as such earlier. Apparently, the stone contains blood, and it works as a compass of sort, pointing towards the owner of the bloods, or closest relative of said owner, whichever one is closer. Time. It, well, I says, if you come closer, you might see for yourself.
So he sort of like thinks for a moment and like steps closer.
Yeah.
And you can see like the glow in the stone just like increasing basically as he like gets closer. And as he like steps right up to it and like kind of like reaches out a hand, the stone is now like glowing more red than it is black.
Yeah.
And he says, the giants had this,
Yes.
and I take it this is how you found me.
I nod.
He said, so the reason the giants attacked Bryn Shander.
They're looking for Arthur Simba, and they have a stone that points towards the closest blood of Arthur Simba.
He says, they attacked this place because of me.
It would, I sigh, unfortunately look to be that way.
He sort of sits there silently. He says, then
This
I cannot stay here.
says, then what will you do? He says,
Said, if I stay here, they will come again. He says, I must find somebody. He says, I did not know much about my father, but uh, I knew he had friends. Said,
Hmm.
powerful friends. Friends who have tried to find him and could not. Said, friends who
Yes.
might know how I could also be made to not be found. He says,
It is possible, I suppose.
he
Says,
says,
an alternative, perhaps bold of me, perhaps to suggest this, but an alternative could also be to turn this thing around. Says, if the giants are looking for Arthur's Simba, then as an extension, looking for you. Says, we are. The Sheriff Markham, asked me to find out where the giant came from, and we're going to follow their tracks. That's where we are going now. After we've talked to you, of course. And we'll want to find out what they are wanting. Says, I saw you in the battle earlier. You're a capable man, Syrak, and help will always be helpful and needed. Says, if you rather than hiding, taking the fight to the enemy is also an alternative.
says me. Fight giants.
Alexei,
Says,
sorry, Alexei, in your research of this stone, or what you know of this stone,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
this it may be that we possess now the only is kind of safe, I guess.
You were,
Is Michael
you were
again
robot
in and out
for a
for-
minute there.
Yeah, Mike was lagging for me there, so I didn't quite understand what he was saying.
Yeah, well, it's because Discord can suck my hairy asshole.
Oh, we can't say that. We're on Twitch.
Just leave the
Oh.
call. Just leave the call and rejoin. It might fix it.
I can't believe he said that, guys. Can you believe that? Oh my god.
This is
Alright,
a Christian channel.
Christian stream.
What was your question, Mikey?
If the stones are rare and
Well, this.
yes, I mean, if we possess the only copy, then of being found anymore. But if we do not, comes with us, is looking for us, we'll know exactly where we are, and that may
Well, I
make
wouldn't count on this stone being.
difficult.
Yeah, I like to say it's like, well, I wouldn't count on this stone being the only one. When I had a look at it, it seems more like the symbol's magical than the actual stone. So I imagine if anyone knows the right and the way to implement it, they could probably make another one. I imagine though the hard part would be getting the blood.
Yeah.
Said, it is most curious. My father has not been seen in a long, long time. Says,
Yes.
said, how and where they managed to get his blood.
It is a excellent question,
And
one that hopefully we'll find answers to. Yes.
says, well, either way, no matter what, I cannot stay here in Bryn Shander or any of the 10 towns. I would just be putting them in danger. He says, for now, before thinking about even fighting them, I would like to keep my options open. He says, I know that my father had friends um, in Waterdeep, a noble family. Um, from what I
What
hear,
family?
I said, from what I hear, um, mages, all of them. And he says, I believe that they are. Their name was the Roaring Horns.
The Roaring Horns.
Yes, the
Oh,
Roaring
God.
Horns. This powerful and influential noble family in Waterdeep, or so I'm told. He and my father go way back.
What family was this? The Roaring Horns.
The Roaring Horns,
Yep.
yes.
What's their deal then?
You would know about them. They are Waterdavian nobles. Most of them are wizards of some sort. And their like leader has in his days drank a few like basically whatever the hell that potion that like reduces your age.
Ah,
Has drank a few of those, so he's a lot older than he looks.
you could do that with transmutation mechanism as well, I'm pretty sure. Potion of
Yeah,
longevity.
potion of longevity. You know he's like he's had a few of those and has been around for a long time.
Okay.
I'm
Fair
pretty,
enough.
pretty sure it's like. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah, they're
I
like
see.
a powerful, influential, like magic practicing noble family in Waterdeep.
Ah, yes, the Roaring Horns, Alexi says. Had some dealings with them in the past.
I see. Well, says, you do what you feel is best. He says. We'll. I says like. I was just. Was just a suggestion. Says.
He says,
For if you seek out some immediate help, if you want, if you need some potential immediate help, there are some associates I have in Bryn Shander who mentioned that their associate as well were once trying to find Arthur Simber, but all of their abilities have failed. So perhaps they could offer some sort of aid as well.
he says, and where might I find these associates of yours?
Well, I says, if you go to, then I give the name of the street and this back alley of the street, and you look for this like symbol, like this hideout. So basically, I describe the route to go to like the Harper hideout. It's a hidden hiding place in the city. In the city. Yes. I assure you, my associates are of good character and are not. We are not like thieves or cutthroats.
Yes, of course, the nice and cheerful people who hide themselves in hidden rooms and back alleys. Of course.
See, you know all about it, don't you?
It's just like yes, it's just like sometimes being hidden is a requirement, even to do good.
But I trust you, Alquil. Says I will perhaps speak with these people. Says, but in the meantime, I will, of course, be making preparations to quit this place.
If you if you do speak to them, just tell them that Alquil sent you and ask to speak with Baldora, if at all possible.
He sort of nods. Says, I will do this. In the meantime, says I still have words. I would speak to my mother.
Yes, of course. Apologies once more for disturbing you. Yes.
Says, no, it's fine. We must all deal with the ghosts of our past eventually.
Yes. I suppose that is true enough. And says, the blessings of Tyr, Torm, and Gvarund Windstrom be upon you, Sarek.
He sort of like nods and says, may Torm look over you and help you to fulfill your duty and stay loyal to your friends.
Thank you. And I will turn around at this point. All right, I look towards the others. Who's ready to track some giants?
Raise my hand.
Raise his hand.
Yes. Excellent. It says,
You didn't put your hand up, Lucas.
yes. He doesn't. He doesn't need to. It says, I can see the excitement in his eye.
I mean, this is the man who is literally keeping a spreadsheet like tracker of how many giants he's killed.
Yeah.
So far.
Exactly. So let us be off. And yes, let us be off to go and see if we can find the giant tracks and let our new bloodhound have a look at them.
Did you just refer to yourself? No, wait. Who's the new bloodhound?
The guy who beats me in survival.
Okay. Wow,
Alright.
you just
So you
called
travel.
an animal.
You travel.
He's a halfling.
You travel
Oh,
the
whatever.
15 minutes back towards town and make your way out north of the gates where the sheriff said that the giants were spotted leaving.
Yeah.
And make your way down the trail. And about an hour or so down the trail, it's about like a little bit past midday at this point. About an hour or so down the trail, you see up ahead what looks like three like piles of wood, basically, um, uh, like off to the side of the road. Um, and you approaching up to it, you can see basically there is now that you're closer to them, it looks like these piles of wood were at one point in time assembled into carts, but have now been just like smashed and broken. Um, there is like deep gouges cut into the ground at many points that basically looks like something like slammed into the ground and shoved all of the ground like aside. So there's basically like these sort of like V-shaped craters everywhere in the ground.
Hurrah.
And looking around for any sign of like you don't see any sign of like survivors or people. There is just like massive like blood splatters all over the ground.
Ooh.
Oh,
Zach. It was Zach who went and came back.
you fucking cucksack.
Whoa, this is a Christian stream.
Christian stream.
So I can guess this is the traders the sheriff spoke of.
It would appear so. Says,
What's
Now.
left of?
yes. Presumably what was actually left of them was taken by the scouts back.
Yes.
Says,
Do we see any tracks, any large footprints, or?
Your passive perception is high enough that you would see two sets of massive footprints like indented into the ground nearby. And as you're looking around, there's sort of this like chill wind that blows, and you can see like a light snowfall beginning to fall.
Hey, Brad, can I look around the kind of the rubble of the broken wagons and see if anything was like left behind?
Yeah. You take a few moments to like look around. Nothing.
All right.
cool.
I start marching towards or follow the tracks.
All right. Go ahead and make me a survival check.
I
I'm
won't
getting
assist him.
assistance.
I will assist. I will assist with the
Horrible
survival.
of that thing.
Also remember to use your guidance.
What are we doing?
I touch myself
Oh.
and cat guidance.
All right.
Nice.
Holy shit, Mike! You rolled something half decent.
All right. Very well. just setting something up here real quick. Nothing important. Don't mind me. All right, so a 30. Yeah, so I mean, like a baby could follow this trail. Like, come on, really? You can just see, like, it's like basically like fucking like Witcher sense or something. Like the tracks are just glowing bright red in front of you, and you're just like, oh yeah, easy. And you follow the trail with no problem. Um, uh, and it seems to lead on for quite some time. You're following the trail. The snow has now like picked up, and it's now like sort of blowing quite heavily. But you're following the trail, and um, eventually you hear a noise up ahead. It sounds like something like uh, ripping and tearing into like flesh. Um, and you're like cresting a hill, following this trail. And you come over the hill, and you could just barely see through the snow and the wind, like three large figures, like clearly like picking over something, directly in the path of these like tracks.
Or
Okay.
four-legged large.
They're like humanoid-ish.
I stop everyone
Wendigos.
and pointed out
Fucking
large
Yetis.
figures ahead.
Yeah. See them.
Oh, if you can see them, they're right over there. Those three massive figures there.
This is like, yeah. This is, let's slow down. Is there a way, like, look around? Is there any way we can like get closer to using some sort of cover or something?
There's not really like cover per se, but there is a pretty heavy snowstorm. So if you were careful about it, you could probably like get closer without them noticing you.
What are they picking
Yes.
at? Can we see?
Make a perception check with disadvantage.
I'll do one as well. Oh, not 20. Oh, you both got not 20s on the second roll.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
So Alquil, kind of like peering through the snow. It's hard to really like tell. Obviously, it's hard to see. But judging by the shape and like size, they appear to be picking over the remains of a couple of crag cats.
Okay.
I'd suggest we just. I look over at Nibby. Like, Nibby, can you just like navigate us around these things without them noticing us?
Of course I can. Like I said before, a child could navigate these.
Yeah, so you could like go around them and avoid them. You'll like leave the trail and lose it. And you'll basically just have to make a survival check again to like try to relocate the trail on the other side.
Sure.
Let us try to do that.
I like our chances.
So go ahead
Yes.
and give me a survival check.
Watch them double net one it.
I will assist him.
I'll guidance myself. Easy.
Well, he guidance with advantage.
Seven.
All
That's
right.
5 minutes.
So you skirt around a ways, like going far off and around this little pack of Yeti, and try to like curve back around like as best you can towards where you think the trail was leading off to. Begin searching, and you're searching for like quite some time, and coming up with like nothing. So you like take a moment to focus, to call upon uh, sort of like these spirits of nature, and like you focus, and when you open your eyes, you see this like little white hair, essentially, just like appears there, kind of like looking at you, and then like leaps off, and like in a direction, and you sort of follow after it, and this rabbit basically leads you back towards where the trail is, and you pick it up again.
Okay. I thought I just lost my attention span and then followed a rabbit somewhere.
No,
We
this
found
is
the tree.
this is the narrative effect of your guidance spell, causing you to succeed a check you would have otherwise failed.
That's sweet.
Nice. Value. You're getting that value from it.
Oh yeah, I could use hockey to scout.
All right, and you continue following the trail, and as of yet, it does not appear to have like diverged necessarily. And it's as the day is like dragging on, it's getting kind of like later and later. And you eventually, after a couple more hours, come upon like a small gathering of trees. And the trail leads straight through the trees. And at this point, it's incredibly easy to follow because you can see where the trail goes. All along it, there are bent, broken, and cracked over trees that like lead through this forest, as the giants clearly just like pushed their way through, knocking over trees as they went.
All right.
And you're
Getting
heading
closer.
you're heading like up a hill, basically like this forested hill. And yeah, you continue following after, I assume, entering into the forest. And like a few more like moments pass, 30 minutes or so. And you all feel this sudden blast of cold air come like blasting towards you from like the direction that you're traveling. Um, and there is this sort of like bellowing, screeching roar, um, followed by a like deeper bellowing roar in Giant, um, which those of you who speak Giant understand. And you hear this like roar that says, "Jarl Storvald will honor me greatly for bringing your skull, worm."
Oh shit.
Worm, as in like dragon.
As in
Probably.
WYRM.
I just want to point out I have this pearl of power that can detect dragons.
Yep, within
Yeah.
a certain distance.
How's it looking? How's it feeling?
What's the distance on it again?
Don't know. Let me check.
So I'm just, since this is a once per day thing anyway, I'm just going to cast this on myself now.
120 feet.
All right, it is not like detecting anything just yet.
Okay.
Since that's since I have that as a once per day thing,
Mm-hmm.
I cast comprehend languages on myself,
Okay.
and this is like so as we get up, I'll hopefully like pick up the pace to get on the top of the hill so we can like look out and see if we can see Giant and whatever else they're talking to or yelling at.
Yeah, so you quicken the pace heading through the trail, and it quite clearly like breaks into a clearing amongst the trees. And you see this large frost giant wielding a two-handed axe, sort of like lifting it up to the air. And as you're like running into the clearing, Lucas, your like pearl of power begins to like glow, and you can see that. Maybe like 100 or so feet away, circling around and like dive bombing towards this giant, is an absolutely massive white dragon, that is currently sweeping down towards the giant. And its current trajectory, it is sweeping towards the giant and you. Um, and I need all of you to roll initiative as this dragon sweeps down. There is a blast of cold air that sort of consumes the giant and sort of comes spilling out towards you.
Oh fuck!
Are you for
First
real,
of-
man?
First it's giants, now it's dragons. Oh.
Hey guys, my pearl of power says there's a dragon.
Hockey alerts everyone to the dragon.
Okay,
Can I have a token, Brad? Oh,
Yes, I will. I'm going to drag you over to a little like temporary battle map here.
I imagine we're all going to start a fight before the end time comes as well. Hawk. Can I like get a hawk?
Uh,
I can get a hawk actually. I think.
does it really matter?
Alright, we haven't had long rest. Nobody has any spells. Let's fight a fucking
I
fight.
have spells. I got all mine back after a short rest.
Oh, you're... Okay.
He's a
Alright.
warlock.
I can't drag
Dragon.
out a hawk token, but I
I
have
just want
them
to point
stat
out,
block.
like, let's get into the proper order we're probably walking in.
Yeah, guys,
Like-
arrange yourself kind of like towards the bottom left corner of the map, how you were like emerging into the clearing.
Nibby and Alquil were definitely in front.
Yeah, I was first.
Yeah. Maybe
Actually, I suppose
first,
since
no,
he
no.
rushed up, I was next to him.
Yeah, I guess those because I would rush up ahead of you. I guess.
This token is
There
not
we
big
go.
enough.
Ooh.
This token is now big enough.
Kind of a roll is a hit die.
A hit die is just a hit
It's
die
just
roll.
a hit die roll.
It doesn't fall under any of the normal categories.
Yeah, it's not a check because it's not like a d20 roll.
Dang it.
So guidance doesn't help there, I'm afraid.
I mean, if it was any ability check or anything, I could have re-rolled all of the nat ones I rolled.
Ah, right. The nat ones, aren't they just for, or are they for any ones you roll, or is this just for the d20s?
For d20.
Let's see. When you roll a 1 on an attack, roll ability
I had
check.
to reload the page. My sheet is taking a bit of time to open now for some reason.
I need to roll Hawkey's initiative.
No,
Or
you don't.
familiar fight.
Hmm?
Can your
Doesn't
familiar
find-
fight?
Doesn't find familiar work on your initiative?
No, it says they roll their own initiative.
No, just put it on yours. I'm not dealing
Okay.
with fucking familiar turns. It's annoying.
Yeah, well, better to just. Yeah, I agree with that. That ruling. It's better to just like deal with it on your turn. There we go. My initiative. But it's just one giant. Where's the other giant?
There's only one.
There's supposed to be two giants.
Oh wait, no, the other one is in the dragon's belly.
Why does there have to be two giants?
Because we were following two giants. Remember?
These aren't necessarily the giants we're looking for.
The dragon just flies over to us and is like, "These are not the giants you're looking for."
These are my giants. Go away.
So we said this dragon is massive. Are we talking about like adult dragon massive?
Look at
or
his size.
Dragon massive.
Just look at his size there, Zach.
Yeah.
It's 20 times 20.
All right. So
Which is-
we don't want to fuck with it massive.
It is a gargantuan dragon.
Honestly, guys, I say we fuck off.
It's a gargantuan dragon, which usually indicates either a fully adult dragon or a worm, ancient dragon.
Guys, I say we fuck off. Okay.
I have a few guesses as to who this
It looks
dragon
like this giant has recently thrown any boulders. How full is his bolt pouch?
All right, Lucas. So you are the first to react to the scene. You see this dragon circling around, poised to swoop. You all see as the dragon like swoops around, this massive white dragon. There is like this shadow, like on its back. There is something on the dragon's back. It looks like a chair or a throne of some sort. And there is what appears to be like a person, a robed figure, sitting like in this like throne atop the dragon, holding this like wicked-looking staff.
So, all right, I like. So are we doing this, guys?
Oh!
Say that I have my bow and an arrow knocked. Like, are we doing this?
How about no?
I look over it as like, well, I look at the giant, I look at the dragon, and I'll just say it's like, I don't think we are equipped to take on a dragon. How about we just like wait and see how this plays out?
Is it open ground here, or are we?
It's
or
like
is
a
there any wood?
clearing.
Okay.
And we're on the edge of it.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
kind
we're
of
on
like
top
on
of
the
it.
edge of the clearing, coming up to the top of this hill.
Now, from what I know, dragons are very perceptive, so we should bail.
Let's see. Do I have any
Lucas, attack.
battle music? Sure.
I thought we were attacking.
You
Well,
are.
it's-
We're gonna run.
It's your turn. It's your turn. Do what you do.
I'm going to get out of the death huddle. I'm just assuming that a clearing goes like in a circle around this thing.
I mean, it's not a perfect
I
circle,
didn't
but
fucking
basically, yeah.
count how many that was. 30 feet, and I'm just kind of like staying on the edge of the clearing. How like far in the center is this like giant?
He's 50, 60 feet away.
I have returned.
All right. If I were to try to shoot it, would I have disadvantage?
There's someone sitting on top of the dragon's back.
Is
No.
it like wind? Because you said it was snowstorm or something.
No. There's not really like the conditions aren't severe enough that it would affect your attack rolls just yet.
I like as I'm over here, I'm gonna like pull up my little headband thing and like just let Lady Orvea have a look at this as well. It's like, what the fuck's going on? Does any of these people have what I need? And then I'm gonna shoot the not the dragon. I'm gonna shoot the dragon.
Oh,
I'm gonna shoot the giant.
do not shoot the dragon.
And I have my pack longbow out. I said it before we came in.
Yep.
Does a 21 hit it?
21 does hit.
Alright, it does 11 damage and that's it.
Your arrow like shrieks in.
Oh, a longsword.
Yeah, that's
Oh shit, that was
Interesting.
my bad. Is that the same fucking
I think
damage
it
though?
does the same damage.
Yeah,
The
plus
longbow
1
is
to hit
D8.
it and all that. 1d8, yeah. And then I don't know why I fucking forgot about this. It hasn't been 8 hours, but I'm gonna use my bonus action to transfer my fucking bullshit hex to it.
Oh, you rolled a d10 for damage for the longsword.
Oh, it was versatile, right?
Two-handed.
I'll just roll this one and
Yeah, do
use the
another
damage for it
D8.
if you want.
Yep.
Just roll it again, so it would be 10 damage instead. But then, as I said, I also use my bonus action to switch my hex to it and
Okay.
strength. And then I'm gonna use my other attack.
Because your hex is still going.
Yeah, it's 8 hours. I forgot about it entirely.
But is it concentration? I keep forgetting.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
I
Wouldn't
never
have done
stopped
anything.
concentrating on it.
I mean, oh, did you recast it after you got knocked unconscious and got back up?
Oh shit, you're
Oh
right.
yeah.
I'll just use my bonus action to do it then. To cast it.
Sure.
So it's up. And it takes 10.
You rolled the second attack.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, it's the 19 plus 13. 19 to hit, 13 damage.
Not seeing it.
It's there.
For a minute, it might come into your thing, because I can see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
I can see it.
Oh, connection has been interrupted.
19 to 8, 13 to damage.
So then it is the dragon's turn. And as it like swoops down, you can see this sort of like figure on the back is obstructed by this just massive head of this dragon. Its wings spread out as it like dive bombs down towards the giant. It opens its mouth. You see this like flash of blue light as this like blast of cold air strikes the giant. full force, and the lot of you behind it, Nibelung, Alquil, and Alexei, I need you all to make me a con
Whew.
saving throw.
Oh wow.
Hey.
Thank fucking God.
Remember
Remember when I said I want to get out of the fucking death?
Yeah, no,
death tunnel?
I remember you said that. I'm gonna spend my inspiration on that because I feel like I don't want to take. Actually, it's gonna be a long time before I get inspiration next time. You know what? I have full health. I want to play this one out. Let's see how it goes.
You have full
Oh my
health
God.
against a massive dragon.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll see how much damage it does.
So it swoops down.
Well, these in.
The blast of cold air, of which the giant absorbs most of it.
Generously.
Alexei and Alquil fail. Nibby, you succeed. So Nibby is going to take half. Alexei and Alquil are going to take the whole of this damage.
See how this goes.
Remember last time Alexei met on White Dragon?
Ooh, I'm okay.
As this blast of cold air hits the giant, who obviously with his size blocks most of it, but the dragon continues on, and you get basically like blasted with kind of like the leftover energy from this attack, and you still, this is like a portion of the breath, and you just got smashed for like 28 points of damage, by like a glancing blow from this. And the
Yeah.
dragon, it continues. It like swoops past you all, like up in the air, begins to like turn again, and it says, you hear it shriek out in Draconic, and it just sort of says like, "Foolish Jotun, you dare trespass on the territory of Ice Claws!"
I think his name was Ice Claws, guys.
Don't
Who
know.
here can speak Draconic?
Me right
I can
now.
speak Draconic, yeah.
Me right now. I can speak everything.
Could you do that, James?
What?
Hmm?
Cast comprehend languages?
Oh well, can you speak Draconic?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Alquil. There is a massive fuck off dragon.
Is it in the air above or did it land?
It flew like above you after it like dive bomb breath weaponed the giant and kind of hit you in the crossfire. And is now like currently above you, turning back around.
Right. It's like I'll just shout out or shout everyone scatter, and then I'll run over here, alongside like the side essentially, and I will have no spells, so I'm just going to prepare to melee attack anything that comes within range of me, like any hostile enemies that comes within striking range. That will be my action.
Action.
All right. So the giant's wolf companion
Yep.
begins like barking and snarling. The giant like turns to face the dragon and like sees you all, and it shouts in giant. It's like, "The dragon has minions! Get them!"
I shout in I shout back in giant. We do not work for the dragon.
All right, and the wolf is going to come barking and tearing its way towards you, Alquil. You're ready to attack. We'll go off.
This.
Give it the old smack Karuni.
That will miss.
Really?
And then it leaps at you, biting and trying to clamp its jaws around you.
Get
But
fucked.
it also misses. You put up your shield
Oh.
and kind of deflect it.
9 brothers.
9.
Baffer brothers.
I see you too roll the 9.
All right, Nibelung.
9.
I can't believe we're still here. I mean, is it the correct feedage?
Yeah.
30.
Are you able to move 30 feet, or do you move like 25?
I have 25. I will. I'll beast shape.
All
Or
right.
wild shape, I mean.
Okay.
Saber-toothed tiger, which is challenge rating 2.
Sure thing.
Have any tiger mini thing?
Yeah, 1 second.
Did you want me to use my?
Where is it? Come on, I know there's a freaking.
And as I
Just
30
use-
feet, I will move 30 feet, and if I move at least 20 feet towards the creature, said creature must do a DC 14 strength save. So
Ooh. Yes, those.
Good enough.
and it's plus that. Oh, bollocks. 10 to it.
That will miss.
Um,
Dodges out of the way.
and I don't have a second attack, so
All right. Alexei,
My connection to server has been interrupted at the moment.
this is fine.
Is it fine?
Yes. There's a big fuck
Alright.
off dragon. What do you do?
The dragon's fine. It's the wolf, I think. So yeah. Why is there a cat there as well now?
Oh, that's Nibelung.
He battle
Ow!
shifted.
Did you just fucking meow?
Meow.
It's
yeah,
Nibelung.
we can't speak.
Nibelung turned into a saber-toothed tiger and mauled the wolf.
Alright. Okay, I think I'm in. Can I get into my sheet?
I suggest moving up towards where Lucas is, or staying where you are, or whatever. The dragon's coming back. Might not well be in his way. All I'm saying.
Yes, I know.
Oh yeah, I moved next to you. That was clever.
Hmm?
I moved next to you. That was clever.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, sheet.
What do you want to do, Alexei?
Fucking, I'm just gonna have to like firebolt the wolf then. Alright, so slash R D20 plus
Intelligence
Do you have any
proficiency.
spell slots left?
well, it's a firebolt.
Well, I'm just saying. Do you?
Cantripio. Yes, I've got a first and a second.
Okay.
Arcane recovery, my bitches. 23. I guess that's a hit.
That will hit.
2d10 fire damage. 18.
18.
Nice.
Nice.
Solid blow into the side of this wolf.
And move me up to, I don't know, next to Lucas.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Good.
Everyone ignores our leader's call out. Spread out! Everybody moves to the-
I mean, we did spread out into two groups
Yeah,
at the
now
very
there's
least.
two groups of two. Completely, like the frost giant seems to be mostly focused on this dragon. You can see it reaches its hand down into the snow and grips the ground and like rips out a chunk of rock. Taking aim and throws it at the dragon in the air. All right. Let's see here. Rock.
Watch
Alright.
does not hit the dragon.
The rock slams into the side of the dragon, sending it sort of like careening off course a bit. You watch as the rock like hits into the dragon, it like breaks into pieces against its hard scales, but does seem to like pierce the dragon's skin and cause some damage. And then like you see like the dragon's kind of careening off, and like bits and pieces of rock are sort of falling from up above. And I need Lucas and Alexei to make dexterity saving throws as like pieces of the rock that hit up against the dragon come like falling down towards you, and you're basically like trying to dodge out of the way from the debris.
I'm just gonna take that good luck card.
Wrong
Oh, yeah,
campaign.
I'm just gonna deal it to you over here. Here you go.
Okay.
Um,
So Alexei, you take 9 points of damage. Lucas, you take 4 from like pieces of rock, basically like breaking against the dragon and crumbling and falling onto you.
I'm on
Oh.
3 HP, boys.
this is a fuck. Oh, this is so good.
Lucas.
I mean, we're kind of fucked, but I'm also enjoying this immensely.
Once again, staying in the trees. Yeah, let's pack longbow him. Does a 10 hit?
No, a 10 does not hit. In fact, the natural 1
All
never
right.
hits.
Alright. Does a 10 hit?
No.
I lived.
Ooh, saved from the instant kill.
And then I
time
will
to-
use my bonus action to maddening hex it, and it will take 5 damage.
All right, 5 damage to the giant. All right, so the dragon.
Fuck off, 4.
Thank you, Thor. Thank you.
But you also run that one, does, and I had to figure out what bad luck card you get.
So the dragon swoops around, correcting its course from being hit by the boulder, comes careening down towards the giant, and like slams into the ground. There is just like this earthquake almost that erupts. You're all nearly like thrown off balance just from the weight of this thing hitting the ground. It like shrieks and like rears up, and you can see now that the figure on its back is sort of like limply swaying with the movement of this dragon. This like robed creature, like death grip on its staff, which glows this sort of like bluish black kind of hue as the dragon rears up and lashes out at the giant, making 3 attacks. It bites and then tries to claw. So that will hit. Dealing 10 plus 8.
Dragons and giants hate each other, don't they?
Yes.
Why?
Because way back they were like the first civilizations and ancient war,
16.
essentially.
There's no reason to roll the cold damage.
Fair
It's immune
enough.
to the cold
And they're
damage.
both like really long-lived races, so they all remember it.
Yeah.
And then the 2 claw attacks. Hit. And hit. 6 plus 16.
It's been steal my kill.
Are you actually gonna like yell at the dragon for KSing you?
Who knows?
And then it sort of like takes off again, like floating just over the giant. And you see its head turn, and it like an eye looks back at you, Alexei. And you hear this like voice sort of in your head, and it says, "You there! Cast the catapult spell at the giant! Do it now!"
Yes, sir.
Alquil.
We didn't have this voice, right?
No,
Or it was in
it
his head.
definitely it sort of was like ringing in the head, but it was also being like said. So those of you who's understood Draconic could understand it as well.
I think we're being conscripted.
And then you heard Alexei go like, "Yes, sir."
Alquil, too busy to really like think about it. He's just gonna have to wail on this wolf a little bit now. Nope.
Nope. That
Maybe.
hits.
Ooh, nice. Green damage on both.
Yes.
Deal 11 points of damage.
Nice.
So you should have seen reds on damage markers.
And I'm going to move around this wolf. Here we go.
Boo. Boo. All right, so the wolf. Seeing the cat, uh, not too happy about its existence. So the wolf barks at you in your saber-toothed tiger form,
Orf?
and this blast of freezing wind shoots out towards you. Go ahead and make a dex save with the saber-toothed tiger.
Dang it. Uh,
That is a fail. You take 19 points of cold damage to your cat form, which I will tick off on my thing here. How much HP does it have? What's the average?
52.
52. So minus 19. All right, cool. That's its turn. So then you are up, Nibby.
Welcome to. I said, welcome to Crusaders. Here's your new party tank crown.
It's got a lot of dents and nicks in it.
yes, it does.
Bent and broken. And
I only
beaten
have
to
one
pieces
attack,
there.
so I will claw it.
Go for it.
Yep.
No,
Well,
that will miss. All right, Alexei.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
do you have anything else you want to do, Nibby?
Oh, well, maybe thinking about moving, but fuck that.
All right, Alexei.
The giant yelled at me and scared me, so now I'm going to do what it says.
What's the dragon?
The dragon.
Oh
that's
yeah,
you.
sorry, the dragon yelled at me and scared me.
I would have loved if you fucked up and you cast a catapult on the dragon.
All right, so you like look around in a panic, and you see these like little broken chunks of rock that have landed nearby, and you sort of like gesture towards one and it begins to like float in the air, and you instill your magic in it to like shoot it forward, and then you see from the back of the dragon the staff like glows again, and you watch as this like small piece of rock that you're shooting forward suddenly expands like 20 times in size, shooting forward with like incredible amounts of strength, far beyond what you are even capable of. Um,
Huh?
so go ahead and you did it at second level.
Yeah.
Go ahead and add damage as if you cast it at ninth level.
What the fuck?
What the
Okay.
fuck?
So that would be an additional
No, it would be
78.
78.
Mhm.
24.
Okay.
Plus
Alright, so
23.
that's 37 damage.
Let's see. The giant fails. So this like massive boulder just slams into him, and causes him to go like stumbling backwards, not quite finishing him off, but dealing a surprisingly hefty blow.
Lucas, I think we're about to get a new dragon master.
And Lexi runs over here. Ah!
The dragon just shouts out like, "Served you right, Jotun!"
It's just like, well, there goes my words of us not serving the dragon.
All right, the frost giant, angered, is going to retaliate at the dragon, who is still within his like melee reach. He is battered, bloodied, and beaten, but he is not going to give up such a prize. So he swings twice with his great axe, hitting and then missing horribly. The dragon seems to care not for the minor blow that it has suffered from this giant's great axe. And the giant sort of like looks at this dragon, like looks at himself, and like you can see him beginning to like slowly back away, but he doesn't like leave its threatened range. Lucas.
Move again.
Being a big old flank boy.
He's gonna kill steal.
I'm gonna try.
No
Pack longbow first one.
Not one.
14,
hit.
15, 20 altogether because I am using bonus action from ending hex.
Okay.
And then next one. 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
And then that's me.
All right. So you let 2 shots into the wounded giant, slamming into its side, kind of like tearing into its weak spot, and it like roars out in pain, and it like falls to one knee right as the dragon sort of like rears back and goes to bite again. And
Now the dragon's turn.
I think that hits.
Yeah.
Yep. This is where the best part is it's gonna bite its head off and just like eat it, so you can't even bring the head back.
So
How are we supposed to explain that to Markham?
so you watch as the dragon rears down, bites into the giant's neck, and like you hear this like sickening cracking and crunching that echoes out through the entire like clearing as the dragon just chomps down, ripping out a chunk of the giant's torso and like one of its arms, and just like throws it up into the air, catches it, and swallows it whole. Before like breathing a blast of cold air on what remains as the giant falls backwards, causing its corpse to basically like freeze. And then the dragon like steps forward, placing a talon on the what remains of the giant's corpse. And that is its turn. Alquill.
Okay, I'm gonna finish off. Hopefully, kill the wolf. Nope. Nope.
The
Next.
wolf lives
You're
another
so
day.
good at this, Alku.
Yes.
6. Nope. Okay, so the wolf is just going to bite at the cat.
I'm a cat man. Meow, 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 meow.
Strength
14
save.
damage to the cat and a strength save from the cat.
Oh, okay.
No problem. And then it is the saber-tooth tiger's turn.
Alright. Claw.
Dwarf?
Kill it.
Ow.
That hits.
Does that much.
10 points of damage.
Using
Nice.
damage.
Alexei.
Let's try and finish off this wolfie.
Hits. 13 damage. Still up.
That's my turn.
Does the dragon come over and just bite it?
I don't know. The dragon seems preoccupied with the giant corpse at the moment.
Ha ha ha. He's laughing at it.
Lucas.
Kill the wolfie. Stop rotating yourself.
I didn't mean to. I'm gonna shoot at the wolf. I'm gonna use my bonus action to switch my hex to it first.
'Kay.
So that's 8, 9, 10, 11. And then 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Against the wolf, so it's 11 you said on the first attack?
Yeah, 11 for the first attack and 18 for the second attack.
So the second attack will kill the wolf. You shoot the arrow straight through one of its ears and into the side of its brain, and it collapses to the ground dead.
Yeah. Ta.
And that's the end of the session.
And so you see the dragon sort of like crouch down, frost kind of writhing off of its mouth, one talon on the frozen remains of this giant. It roars into the sky. You can see the staff of the figure on its back kind of like glowing, and it kind of like slams down, and it says, "You're pretty good for mortals," and that is where we are going to end this session.
Sweet.
We will pick up next time.
Really know how to make us shit our pants badly.
Next week, James will be in
Got it.
charge of the recap.
Oh, wonderful.
And we will
Wow.
see you then. Until then, so long for today.
Boy.